The next session we are going into is quite important. It is a panel discussion on government strategies for fostering responsible AI development and deployment in Africa. This panel is going to be moderated. Are we ready? This panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Ian King, a representative of UNDP. Please put your hands together and welcome our moderator. Okay. Our first panelist, Dr. Hatwib Mugasa, is the Executive Director of NITAU. Dr. Hatwib, please come. Please put your hands together. I need to hear those hand claps. What is happening? Mr. Franklin Egbe is the head of Equities Trading Tech, Credit Suisse, MENA region. Thank you. The next panelist is Mr. Nicholas Demeter, President Local for Dev Hub. The next panelist is Dr. Abdul Salam Waiswa. And our final panelist is Mr. Chol Joseph Mayendut, Director of Technical Services at National Communication Authority, a regulator in Juba, South Sudan. You're most welcome. We have high hopes and high expectations for a wonderful conversation here. And so, Mr. Ian King, over to you.
I think it's still morning, so good morning to everyone. Pleasure to be up here with this very distinguished panel, but I feel I must apologize on behalf of, as a moderator and the organizers, I'm used to being on a panel with only gentlemen. But I'm sure we're going to address this deficiency with the, no doubt, very capable contributions and leadership later on in this discussion, in this forum. So thank you very much. I hate to start as an apology. My name is, as you heard, is Ian King. I'm the Deputy Resident Representative for UNDP here in Uganda. I'm here because my resident representative, Wani Wede Obapor, Wiz, as you heard from her name, female, and so we're responsible for this imbalance as well. She is unfortunately not here, so I am filling in on her behalf. The objectives of this panel discussion are to, amongst other things, examine Uganda's national AI policy and regulatory landscape, highlight government strategies, fostering responsible AI innovation and inclusive development, explore cross-sector collaboration, particularly public-private educational partnerships to build AI capacity, showcase how AI is being used to address African challenges and drive sustainable, equitable growth, and inspire bold, accountable action from stakeholders on AI development across the continent. So you see, it's quite an ambitious expectation, challenge to our panelists. I feel, to some extent, I would like to share why for UNDP and other UN partners, this is for us an important area to address. I expect my colleagues in this panel will probably elaborate much more on this, but we appreciate that the expectation is that by 2030, almost 20 trillion AI will add almost 20 trillion to the global economy, and indeed in Africa, 3 trillion, potentially creating 500,000 jobs annually. For us, it's important to see the harnessing of transformative power of AI to accelerate areas for which we're committed: inclusive sustainable development, fostering digital innovation and building national capacity for ethical and effective AI use in Uganda, and I would say throughout Africa. In terms of an AI ethical framework, we have been in collaboration with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. In collaboration with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, UNDP, and one of our sister entities, UN Global Pulse, supported the development of Uganda's ethical AI framework. The framework provides guidelines for use of AI technologies to ensure that these are developed and deployed responsibly, emphasizing transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. I do not want to spend too much time talking, but I do want to say that our focus is on that policy, on developing capacities and skilling, particularly among youth and women. But I also want to make the point that just this week, UNDP launched its global Human Development Report, one of our signature productions. And the title of that report is A Matter of Choice, People and Possibilities in the Age of AI. And it underscores the critical role of AI in shaping human development trajectories. We expect to have this global launch was in Brussels, but we expect to have a local launch here in Uganda and Kampala later on this month. And we will be sharing information through the organizers of that launch, and I'm sure several people here will be invited to see it. So I would like to stop there and maybe, I'm sure, get to the things that you want to hear, which is our wonderful panelists, and hear what they have to say. And so, with your permission, I will go on to the first panelist, Dr. Habib Mugasa, Executive Director of National Information Technology Authority in Uganda. And for me, Dr. Mugasa, the question would be, Uganda's National Fourth Industrial Revolution strategy outlines AI as a key driver of digital transformation. My question, therefore, would be, could you outline the current regulatory frameworks that NITA, and I apologize if I haven't pronounced that correctly, is working on to ensure that AI development remains responsible, secure, and aligned with Uganda's national development goals, including data sovereignty and ethical AI. So I turn the floor over to Dr. Mugasa.
Thank you, Mr. King. To the question, the government of Uganda, through, as you rightly stated, the collaborations the UN is having with the Ministry of ICT and also with the agencies under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Those agencies, to mention but a few, are the National IT Authority, NITA Uganda, where I sit and head. We have UCC, we have UICT, and the other agencies have been discussing and providing proposals or content for the formulation of the National Fourth Industrial Revolution framework and other documents. These frameworks are meant to guide the country in the emerging technologies. The paper was, I believe, concluded in 2020, or it was a 2022 paper. But moving on, we now have to move into the regulatory environment setup or enabling the AI technologies to be deployed, as you have stated, ethically, with the view of social or the view of government's priority areas, that is in socio-economic development. At the National IT Authority, we are working on the National AI Framework under a project with the World Bank, this Uganda Digital Acceleration Project. This framework now puts in force all builds on top of what has been built. There's a baseline, but we need to concretize and expand on the regulatory frameworks to enable the effective deployment of these emerging technologies. This framework will also now be complemented by the other regulatory frameworks that have been put in place. There's the data protection, Personal Data Protection Act and regulation. Within UCC, there are regulations that also enable ethical use and deployment. But we are now looking at a two-pronged approach where, as we set up the regulatory framework, can we also have sandboxes? So we're working with the Bank of Uganda under the National Payment System to have those sandboxes, or to enable these technologies to be adopted in a contained and secure environment. But we are also encouraging the research and development with universities or supporting the research and development with universities to come together and explore the possibilities of utilizing emerging technologies. Another area that we are working on as Government of Uganda is the collaboration, international collaborations with the developed parties that have gone through this journey. We take cognizance of the fact that it's an uphill task. We are not going to go through it as we would expect it to be just similar as the developed countries. There are challenges, there are hurdles. You try one thing and you fail, but with these collaborations we learn and we shorten the learning curve and deployment. So there are a couple of engagements that we are having with the developed nations to enable us expedite that process. And as of recent, as I would say, as of yesterday, one of them was put into effect, where we signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Arab Emirates to collaborate on very specific areas, and one of them was in advancement in AI, or artificial intelligence, and also the application. How can it be applied? I'll give a use case. Most of us have been, well, I apologize, I'm one of the people who came here late, but I believe if you are to travel on the Ugandan roads, you'll experience that challenge that we all go through. But how do we apply AI in enabling us efficiently get to the locations that we want to within the shortest possible time, but also putting in mind that we live in an environment that is growing, so we have to live within the means. But with AI, that will enable us to plan better and also probably advise on a better means of and change our perspective of how we are addressing the issues of, I would say, transport. What if we look at it at a higher level, mobility? We are moving, but what's the purpose of you moving? You are moving to a location. It could be your place of work, or you're transporting goods, but there are so many factors that play into that activity. And if we are only looking at it from a single point of view, we may miss the target. So we want to look at it at a higher level. As the processes are currently, it will be a very big challenge. But if we apply AI, we have CCTV cameras. We have probably the weather was a cause of the traffic. We have weather sensors. We have road, maybe there's a road construction that's going to be taking place. We have all these points of collection of data. How can we consolidate that data to advise the citizens on their day-to-day activities? I've given an example of mobility. So let's not look at it in a single narrow way. Let's look at it holistically, because all these factors come to play and will achieve the intended goal. So that's the work that we are doing as government. In a holistic way, we need to work and collaborate with all sectors, both in the public and private sector. There are private contractors. There could be an issue on why they are not delivering their mandate on time, but we are not looking at that. We're just looking at the end goal, yet probably we could address the issue of the private sector that is supposed to deliver on this public good. We need to collaborate as governments, both with the private and public players, but also we need to integrate. Integration is very key. Integration in a way that the data points or the sources of data have to talk to each other to achieve that intended goal. And we have to look at it in a very holistic way. We should not narrow down and look at only what probably, I would say, if you are in the road sector or means of works, you only look at your only key areas. No, there are some factors that are out of your focus area that actually affect your activities in a very major way. But also we need to apply technology and AI. We can't do that in a manual process. That's what we are advising government and and I would like to thank and appreciate the support that we got from the UN, specifically the Global Pulse, in working together on testing out those use cases. There's a use case that we tested on border accidents. It was a problem not for the border, but for the health care sector. We are getting so many accidents or reports of borders are the bicycles, the quick bicycles that we use here in Kampala. We're getting so many cases in our hospitals of casualties caused by these accidents on the road. And with the simulation that we did, we of course had to capture some data in in an ethical way, but we did a couple of simulations and noted the factors that we could tweak and enable tweak and enable us to have those insights on what can work to reduce those cases. And that report really it's a report, well, it was done in the transport sector, but we're solving a challenge in the health sector. So that report gave us some good insights and it was a very good proof of concept. We also worked with the UN in developing the digital transformation roadmap that will be going till 2028. We need to collaborate and work together as government, and that's what we're promoting as part of the agencies under the means of ICT. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugasa. I think you stimulated people's interest a lot when you mentioned using AI to manage borders. As a road user myself, I am very interested to see how we to look at that simulation. But seriously, the whole issue of better coordination amongst the sources of information is, that's a long-standing challenge for many government agencies, and we look forward to seeing how that can be supported, because as you quite rightly said, those different points of information are going to be critical to informing how you can advance in these areas. You didn't quite touch on the issue of data sovereignty, maybe, but maybe the next time around I'll extract that from you. You mentioned the UCC, so I'm happy to introduce next Dr. Abudu Salam Wassa, who is the Head of Litigation, Prosecution, and Legal Advisory at UCC. And so, Dr. Abudu, the question is, how is UCC ensuring the innovation in AI is balanced and with accountability and public interest protections? What policy mechanisms are being employed to regulate AI-driven digital services and content, especially in underserved and rural regions?
Thank you very much, Mr. King. I hope that's the right. Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity and for the question. Indeed, UCC, like the other agencies under the Ministry of ICT and as an agency of government of Uganda, we are working towards implementing all strategies that will enable Uganda to leverage on AI and other technologies to bring the best benefit for this country. We are guided in many of the things that we do by the strategy developed already. Dr. Mugas already mentioned the fourth industrial revolution strategy. We also have the digital transformation roadmap that was also formulated by the Minister of ICT in 2023. It goes up to 2027, 2028. In that roadmap, the number of activities and initiatives that we are supposed to undertake as government agencies, but also the private sector, to ensure that we use AI for good in this country. On our part as UCC, we have done many things, and I'll just mention a few initiatives that we've really undertaken as UCC. First of all, last year, UCC established a communication sector AI task force. This task force, and I'm privileged to be part of that task force, our mandate is basically to study AI, look at user cases, and see how can the communication sector facilitate the deployment, the development, and responsible use of AI in the communication sector. But of course, we know that the communication sector doesn't work alone. There is now convergence between different sectors. But we know very well that most of the AI initiatives and solutions, they are made possible through communication interfaces. So as UCC, we are trying to take a step further by calling upon all players within the communication sector and those that interface with the communication sector, like the financial sector providers, to ensure that one, whatever systems they develop and they deploy are safe for use. They respect the rights of the people. Specifically in our licensing frameworks as UCC, we commit all our operators to ensure that whatever they do respects laws like the Data Protection and Privacy Act. Because AI is driven and facilitated by data. Now, this data is generated by you and me, the users of the communication services. So we do commit all our operators to respect these laws and ensure that there is no breach and violation of the laws. Indeed, NITAU, as the national regulator of data protection in the country, also gives general oversight over data protection and implementation of the law. But at a sector level, UCC brings this down to all operators in the communication sector to ensure that they are doing the best to protect users of communication services. What are we doing to help the underserved people beyond Kampala to really take benefit of AI? At UCC, we have a Department of Universal Service and Access Fund, whose primary role, mandate under the law, is to provide and extend communication services to the underserved and least served areas, mostly the rural areas. Using that fund, we do extend communication services to villages where the commercial players may not on their own extend services. We believe that by people having access to quality communication services across board, then even the people in the villages, they can also make use of the AI developments and technologies that have already been deployed in other parts of the country. For example, we are talking about using smartphones to provide solutions. You cannot do that unless you have good, reliable internet connectivity. So we are trying to ensure that people enjoy the same level of quality up country as they would in Kampala. AI can do many things. We lost a young entrepreneur, a rich man, Rajiv, just last week because of a barrier, I'm told, in the road. I've just passed by that area now. I saw the barrier. And in my mind, I said, if we had, for example, AI deployed in the cars that we use on these roads, chances are high it could have forewarned him maybe 5 kilometers before that barrier. that please slow down, please take note that the road is blocked ahead of you. Chances are high that with that prompt, maybe, he would not have hit the barrier, and by now he would be alive. Of course, as a driver, I know you die when you must die, but technology can help us minimize some of those preventable deaths. Also, as UCC, we realize that not all schools in this country have access to ICT services. They don't have access to laboratories. They don't have access to computers. So under that same program of UCSAF, we do equip schools, mostly upcountry, with computers and connectivity to ICT services. In the last 1 year, we've rolled out another program that targets the use of AI to teach science subjects in rural schools. We've given out so far about 400 computers and tablets to different schools outside of Kampala, mostly in the rural areas. And on those tablets, we put content for mainly science subjects, biology, chemistry, and physics. And those tablets have chat boxes that are enabled by AI to enable a student in a rural school to, for example, go to that tablet, try out any physical, any chemistry laboratory test, and conduct it as though they are doing it in a laboratory. We came up with this initiative because we know that many of our students in the villages are not passing science subjects, not because they don't have capacity, but because they don't have access to laboratories, apparatus, but also good teachers. So now, using this arrangement, we are able to even the ground for students up country also learn and try out these laboratory and scientific tests without necessarily having a physical laboratory. And this is already happening. We are moving, and we have programs to continue extending this to even more places. But also, as UCC, we have a program for ICT innovation testbed. We work with the UICT, Uganda Information Technology Institute at Nakawa, where we've created a testbed where young people, mostly young people, students, but also any other innovator that has any ICT-related idea or innovation, if they want to try it out and see how it will actually work. Does it work? How does it interact with other technologies? There is platform for them to go to UICT, be part of the testbed, and they will be guided by mentors and experts in these fields to help them nurture their programs and innovations up to a point when they can be deployed in the normal environment. And even after that, under our licensing framework, we have an arrangement where if you're a researcher and you're an innovator and your innovation has gone through some bit of preliminary tests, we can give you an authorization for 6 months. This is more or less like a sandbox of sorts. You can be given an authorization for 6 months to try out that innovation in a live environment, but under monitoring of an expert. During that time, we are able to see whether it can work well and how best we can license it within the communication sector. So with all these initiatives, I think as UCC, we are trying our best to ensure that, one, we do not discourage people from AI, because there are many people who are doing a lot of fear mongering. AI is going to take away jobs. AI is going to cause us to die. But we are saying AI, the revolution has already started. We're already using AI. So we cannot begin crying about it. How can we prepare ourselves to make use of it and use it responsibly? So that's what UCC is trying to do, participating a lot in public sensitizations like these ones, partnering with the academia, partnering with the communities to tell them all of us have a chance to make our lives better using AI. And AI is an equalizer. All of us, even the developed countries, are still not sure about the true scope and nature, character of AI. So all of us are learning. All of us are learning, and it's our time. If we can showcase better ways, better user cases, we can indeed get a lot out of AI and make our society better and safer. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take note of those points, particularly facilitating access in those underserved communities, including the fund. Um, Perhaps the next time around, one of the points to follow up on is we note that the 2023 report suggests 60% of Uganda's population remains online. That was in 2023. So even as you have these initiatives to facilitate access, it'd be interesting to see how you are tracking um, whether or not those people are that number is reducing significantly as a measure of success. Okay, so maybe I can turn to my left a little bit to Mr. Franklin Ebb, and apologies if I haven't fully pronounced that or correctly pronounced that. The head of equities trading technology at Credit Suisse for the Middle East and North Africa. Um, this is now the private sector coming into the space. And I guess, Mr. Ebb, from your experience in global financial markets, um, the question to you is what can governments such as Uganda learn from the international best practices to scale AI responsibly, particularly in areas like fintech and economic inclusion? How can we in this country create local innovation sandboxes, and we heard of the sandboxes a bit earlier, to ensure safe experimentation? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. King. Before I answer that question, I just want to say my views here are not those of Credit Suisse or its parent bank, UBS. They are my personal views, but good question nonetheless. So from a private sector perspective, even though my background interfaces with policy as well as tech, there is a lot that the government can enable the private sector, especially within Africa. And before we get to that, the space where the African government sit in with respect to the global picture is one which is encouraging right now, and I would delve into that. So if you look at a sort of comparative analysis of the US, China, India, the European Union, and African AI policy, you can pick out very significant differences. The US is very free market specific, its approach. EU has taken a different approach to enacting a law, looking at enforcement, looking at risk classifications, which is some people see that as very restrictive. China, as you know, is very centrally controlled in most of their initiatives, and that also reflects in AI. India is closer to the US position. And that brings us to the African continental strategy, which is very much rooted in an African-centric sustainable development impact of AI, ethical, equity, and transparent AI, which is a good position to be because Africa has to chart its own course. So how that enables the ecosystem in Africa is the fact that an aspect of that strategy looks at multi-level interaction between national players, between sub-governmental entities, private sector, NGOs, and the academic sector as well. And that interplay, I think a lot of people today have spoken about partnerships. That interplay is very essential to grow the AI sector within Africa, but also for Africans and the African governments to be cognizant of what is happening in the rest of the world and the partnership they can have with the rest of the world. Now that takes a different form depending how you look at it. There is a drive globally for initiatives like open data, but there is also the aspect, as the moderator mentioned, of data sovereignty, of data localization, which for the governments within the continent, that is key because data is becoming the new oil, right? So imagine at the beginning of, after the Second World War, the independence movements and all of that, you now give away your resources, oil and everything underneath the soil that we live in as Africans. Data is taking that place right now. So we have to make a careful balance between open data and data localization and data sovereignty, because it's very important. You need to have your ownership of your data. You need to have your sovereign decisions on your data to be able to be a global player. I think the keynote speaker spoke about intent is different from reality. Now, that difference comes together when you have control of your key resource in this particular revolution. And that key resource is data, right? You see it in the private sector where the rollout of AI innovation is driven by that sectioning of data. Privacy is obviously a key constraint, but also making sure your competitive advantage is protected. So we have to look into that. There's been mentioned a lot about skills, bringing up sort of pushing for upskilling of the people in the continent. An aspect I want to mention in terms of upskilling is there is this fear that AI will take jobs. And I was speaking to one of the delegates before this session and trying to get a perspective on that. Now, there are two sides to this. AI would definitely disrupt. That disruption is expected. Those fears are justified, right? AI would disrupt. But then the other side of that coin is the fact that AI will bring more jobs. Not because it's just AI. Every time we've had a technological revolution, even with the internet, even with computing, some transition happens with the job market. But the data has always shown that more jobs are created than less, right? So when you think about AI is here to disrupt our job, also think of AI is here to give us 10 times more opportunities. So what that means for the individual is upskilling, stepping into those opportunities that emerge and developing yourself, being driven by growth, right? And so this is how we should look at that perspective of disruption for AI. It's the fact that there are options for us to step into and get rid of the past and become the sort of continent who can be a big player in this space. There was a mention of 3 trillion out of 20 trillion in the global GDP belonging to Africa. I would push that. Why not 5 trillion? Why not more? We are a continent of 54 nations. We have the youngest population in the world. Population-wise, we compete with China and India as a bloc. So then there's no reason why 3 trillion is our portion, right? We should dig out more, and that requires big thinking, brave ventures, support of the use cases that have been mentioned to expand that continent-wide. Because the picture now, it's progress, but not fast enough, because the sector and AI is brought with it urgency, the fast pace of development. So instead of having 5 countries having a national AI strategy, you should have all 54 countries having a national AI strategy. And we should get there sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm trusting that the crowd will give a bigger round of applause when we get to the end. It's been quite tepid so far, but I think maybe because they're so intent on what they're hearing. We're moving a little bit and shifting and maybe giving the points made by Mr. on youth, perhaps our next presenter, Nicholas Dementer, the president of Local for Development Hub. A useful time to come in, and I know he also wants to spice up the presentation with the use of AI in his question. The focus of course of his organization being community-led innovation and local development and decentralization, decentralized technology access. So the question to you, Mr. Dementer, is what models or incentives do you believe are most effective in ensuring AI technologies reach rural entrepreneurs, youth, and women? And we heard how young the continent is, and indeed, Uganda is one of the countries with the highest population of young people, with over 70% being 30 years and below. So how can governments co-create ecosystems that support AI for resilience and grassroots innovation? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I don't mind, but get a little reverb here. To answer the question, I have no idea. But I do know how to get the answer. And if my friend in the back, can you pull up Perplexity? We'll come at that answer together. I heard a lot about collaboration, which is fantastic, right? With AI, you're kind of on an island of your own and you're learning by yourself. It's an incredible when you get a few people together and figure these things out together. So you might not be able to see it, but I put a prompt in here that has that exact question, thanks to my fast typer in the rear. Go ahead and hit return, and we'll just let that run. Perplexity is one of the AI tools that I've worked with Ugandan government to expedite the research that's done. Of course, you've heard of hallucinations that AI might have, so you have to make sure, especially if it's related to the government, you need to have accurate data. But it greatly accelerates decision making. It gives a lot more data-driven decision making, and there's nothing wrong with that. Are you having trouble with that? Yeah. Anyway, so it'll take 10 minutes or so, and it'll pull together all the resources. And for this question, since AI is new in Uganda, the question was reaching out to all other countries and seeing what models they are using for rural development, remote sensing, using AI to help predict when to plant, what to plant. You see it working now. It could have up to 70, 80 different resources. So for a human to do this, it would take what? A few days, add in procrastination, then you got to make a presentation. So that's a lot of time. So, and that could involve people. When you say there's a concern of losing jobs, I disagree and agree. People will lose jobs to AI if they don't upskill and do a next level of adding value, just like we add value to coffee, cocoa, right? Adding value to AI. So not simply taking what this is and leaving it that, but adding value. Collaborating with AI is how you get real products. Learning how to prompt engineer. This is how you get products. So if I could just ask a show of hands, who's using Perplexity or ChatGPT that's in this room? Okay, good. So with regards to the youth, I agree, they need computers before they can really take advantage of it. But they also need to, once they get out of school, to collaborate, because there's a tendency in Uganda, I've experienced, our offices are at the Uganda ICT University at the National Innovation Hub. And there's a lot of young entrepreneurs there putting out, designing ideas, but they tend to work in silos. And the collaboration that can happen just between a few different people with the same idea or a similar idea. Maybe it's an app for telemental health, right? Making available mental health access to people who would normally not get it. So when you're talking about rural areas, that's when it really pops what you can do. You don't necessarily need to have educated everyone in the rural area on how to use AI, but you can bring these from a district level, these ideas and concepts. Extension workers were the most common, most popular, best use of resources. So what we've asked AI here is to tell us what is the best use of resources. You got your answer. Do you want to go ahead and hit GenSpark? Pull up GenSpark. Now we're just going to take the product of what that just provided us, right, which is a lengthy research document, and go ahead and hit return, and it's going to generate for us a presentation. So when we say lose your job, don't pay for anything. Yeah. When we say lose your job, it means you don't need someone to provide this PowerPoint for you anymore. You can do it yourself. So having staff elevate from the mundane tasks that they're assigned. I work a lot in monitoring and evaluation, and cleaning and coding data is misery. You get a form filled out with the first and last name in the same bubble. And why do people put charts in Word? Eventually, someone's got to take that chart, put it in Excel, merge the columns. So it's a pet peeve of mine. So use AI. You drop your spreadsheet in and it'll clean it for you. So that's time saved, which means you can do more evaluation of interventions in rural areas. You can look at a lot of different angles that you couldn't have before because you didn't have the time. Now, the challenge I have is, or the challenge I see rather, is the lack of women amongst those innovators. And there's many reasons. I worked with USAID in education for 4 years. So, getting girls to get through the entire system has been a challenge, but AI can be that bridge. We had a saying that if you can teach a child to learn to read, they can read to learn, right? That's approximately around P7 once you take your PLE. So with AI, it's the same. If you have the basic knowledge, you can teach yourself. Even someone like me, 53 years old, my wife will tell you I spend way too much time on the computer, but it's so exciting. You can create things. Now, most of what I've created has become redundant as AI has advanced, but without engaging, yes, it probably will take your job. There will be someone, a banker that knows AI and is going to get his assignments to his boss faster. He's going to get better research and analysis on financial opportunities. The farmers that use AI techniques, whether they can use a computer or not, are going to find that they're getting better returns. So I don't know if that presentation worked. You can check in on it, but it's as easy as that. Now, what is the skill to type words into a prompter and get that kind of product? That's critical thinking, right? And that's what may be missing in some of the education systems, is because it is top down. It's the professor teaches and the student listens and repeats what the teacher said. So it's not just here, it's in America too. We're teaching children from the Industrial Revolution, right? We're preparing them for the Industrial Revolution, not the digital revolution. So an acknowledgement of that is a first step, so that children leave school with some knowledge of how to use a computer. So to avoid answering a question I don't feel qualified to answer, instead I'll send you all the link to the answer, and hopefully a presentation before the session is over. Can we see, did the presentation come out at all? Because the research is probably 20 pages long. We can't read that, but Joseph, how you doing back there? What I can do though is read a few highlights, and this will give you an idea of the level of detail that AI can get into. So just to review the prompt, I told AI that it was an expert in rural AI technologies, that you're effective at reaching rural entrepreneurs, youth, and women. You've been invited to a conference, blah, blah, blah. So it breaks it into two parts: global models of effective rural AI technologies, digital visual training for illiterate farmers, localized agricultural advisory services, AI for financial inclusion and risk management, alternative credit scoring for rural entrepreneurs. What do you think about that, Credit Suisse? Alternative credit scoring. How can you give someone a score if they don't have a credit history? Climate resilience, microinsurance. Some of these are known to experts in this field. Predictive analytics for shared equipment. I think someone mentioned the Uber tractor kind of thing. In rural healthcare, portable diagnostic stations. And it gives examples from China, and gives examples from many countries for these. Low-cost screening technologies, grassroots digital media, community-powered digital media platforms. Are these too many answers for you guys? Part 2, co-creating ecosystems, support for AI resilience and grassroots innovation, developing comprehensive AI governance. I think we've covered that. Ethical standards and inclusive principles and inclusivity principles. Now, with regards to ethics, I'm torn because nobody else seems to be paying attention to it. So I think when it comes to PII, personally identifiable information, that is the nation's property, and it should stay the nation's property. But these models are so aggressive at trying to answer your question that they break through paywalls. A friend of mine who had a data visualization company, she had products for sale on her website with 128-bit encryption. Perplexity slammed through that wall and made all of her products available to the public. So yeah, there needs to be a policy. There needs to be protections and guardrails. But then you got to let everyone run. You know, policy in this regard, when you're catching up to the world's superpowers of AI, you know, the leap forward that you can get from AI, it's only about 1.5 years, 2 years. So it's imperative that Ugandan leadership get on AI, understand it so that they can create policy, and for the youth to not graduate another class that doesn't know how to use the computer. Thank you.
Thank you. So you want to have a quick Michelle?
Yeah. If you will allow me.
Give me 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Thank you to my fellow panelists for the presentation. I think it's a good idea. One of the ideas for credit scoring is being put forward because the rural population needs access to credit. That's definitely a good point. But what I wanted to just touch on was, this is why AI cannot survive without humans. Look at that response from a global large language model. It tells you about all the steps, but it missed the one fundamental step. Give them electricity. That's the first thing growers need, right? Don't tell them about all this sophistication. Give them electricity. Because with that, they can make magic happen. Thank you.
Blame the prompter, not the AI.
But a very excellent point. So our last panelist, our colleague from South Sudan, Charles Joseph Mayen, the Director of Planning, National Communication Authority in South Sudan. And to you, sir, Mr. Mayen, how can we create regulatory agility that protects citizens while not stifling innovation, especially and the examples being sensitive areas like facial recognition or health AI. And we heard a little bit about the whole issue of personal information, personal identity information. So to you and your experience and challenges in this in the South Sudan context.
Thank you. Let me call you Your Majesty Ian King. The question is important to note the AI frameworks are not here to like replace or superseding the existing frameworks. And I listened to my colleagues from Uganda. They mentioned the use cases and the scenarios and the frameworks that are existing, and the need for the use of regulatory sandbox, whereby we do the piloting and then we improve those regulatory frameworks. It is a complementary role that is played here whenever we talk about government perspective. We know all our African government, and I think all of you hear the term data sovereignty here in this room, and all our government, they are behind this slogan of sovereignty. But somewhere there, this data sovereignty with the AI, someone said once, is a myth. We cannot guarantee that one. But is the role that we can play as people who are putting and laying down those frameworks to balance between the innovation and also protecting privacy in terms of the data sets that are used need to be identified and regulated in a way to protect the same scenarios that you mentioned in terms of these two scenarios of data for health sector and the other data for facial recognition and the rest. This one is bringing us to the question about the relationship between AI and DPI in the context of the safeguarding the privacy of data. To overcome this, we have to explore ways of collaboration between all the stakeholders that involve. And I think we here, and I'm talking from the EAC, the East Africa Community level, there is a good progress in such a way to harmonize our frameworks when it comes to AI As mentioned before, there is no one size that can fit all, but through the harmonization, we can reach to a better framework that can guarantee this. So it's a challenge because of the nature of the AI in terms of borderless nature, and we collaborate. So the key point here is in terms of collaboration and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm conscious of our time. And I think with the audience that we have here, perhaps we can encourage 1 or 2 questions from the audience. You've heard the presenters on a range of things, but I'd like to hear you pose your questions to the audience. And maybe I should stand up so I can see, but I see the gentleman, one here, one there. So let me stand.
Do I stand or you can hear me? My name is Mark Mugamba. I'm a lawyer and a data protection practitioner. So my question is to Mr. Dementa. I hope I got that correct.
Nobody in 5 years has gotten that correct.
Yeah.
It's Demeter.
Demeter, yes. I think you did a very good marketing presentation, but I would like you to address certain questions. Whereas I agree on the issue of data protection being a fundamental cornerstone of the country, I notice even with your applications, you do collect data. And it's also incumbent on you, because having looked at your page, I do not see things which govern cross-border data transfer, issues which govern consent of the data subjects, whose information you obtain, at what point they can, object to you collecting it or rectify it. Thirdly, I think it would be prudent that even in engaging with these people, you have certain policies, even on your website, which explain to people how you collect their information, how long you retain it for, what you do with it. Basically, or Cookie Monsters, like the prompts which you have on your page, just as a way of saying that, fine, this is an application, whether it's from America or from where, but myself, I as a Dementa, have certain policies which govern EII. So I do not have to throw the back to Uganda or whichever respective government. I myself handle privacy as a fundamental cornerstone. Thank you.
Because I suspect we only have this last round. So gentleman in the white shirt, and listen, only men have talked in this session, so I don't care who puts up next, it has to be a lady. Okay, a lady next, so gentleman,
Yes.
lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Edmond Babalanda. I am an advocate with ALP Advocates. I specialize in AI governance, data protection, and tech. Now, my question is to the ED NITA and the head legal UCC. Considering the UNESCO recommendations on ethical use of AI, the African strategy, AU strategy that was launched last year on AI strategy for Africa, and the African Commission on Human and People recommendations, Resolution 41, that talks about ethics. They emphasize a number of principles, but there are 2 principles that I want to base on. One is on multi-stakeholder engagement, and also the principle of proportionality and do no harm. Now, what strategies or what guardrails are there? I've heard we are having the National AI Framework to ensure that these policies or strategies align with the recommendation, proportionality, and do no harm. For example, you have the digital number plates that are coming up. The principle of proportionality and do no harm requires that it should be restricted for purposes of surveillance. For example, how are we going to ensure that there are guardrails, accountability, so that data is not breached for digital number plates to ask for more information about the users? And on multi-stakeholder engagement, how do we avert the absurdity of having situations whereby the process, the policy making process and strategies, we are not only focusing to the user suspects, but we are including all the multi-stakeholders that are in the cycle, including youth groups, including children groups, including experts, academia, researchers, and all. So what has the government done? What are you doing so far? We need to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the third question, and we take the responses thereafter. So I see a fourth, but thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ian. Just saving you from this one gender conversation.
And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, panelists. Eye-opening, like the previous speaker, I addressed my question to NITA and UCC. I am Penlov Nankunda. I head the digital team at Vision Group. And I've been leading a team that has been coming up with AI guidelines to feed into our editorial policy. Our editorial policy is based on the laws of Uganda. And while coming up with the AI guidelines, it was difficult because we had no national policy to base our arguments, to base our recommendations, to base our considerations. You've been talking about frameworks, you've been talking about task forces, you've been talking about working groups. You've thrown around years like 2020, the framework that's going, I think, 2020 to 2027. These discussions are a bit slow compared to the rate at which AI is developing. Our speaker this morning just talked about how fast the revolution is, how ages of development have been squeezed into 3 years, into 4 years. So we must also step up. My call to you is to at least give, even if you don't have the national policy yet, you must give specific guidelines to the country, because while you're task forcing and frameworking, development is happening, usage is happening, panic is happening, you've been talking about people fearing for their jobs. So you must take lead and give something that Ugandan youth who are developing, Ugandan users who are engaging, and Ugandans who are panicking about their jobs can, rely on to make decisions even as they engage with AI. That is my call to you. Maybe speak up. Is there some guidelines that are out there that can already be relied on? How are you disseminating them? How are you making people know that these are there? You can, you can depend on them, or this is where you can find them. I think there's a gap there that needs to be filled.
Thank you very much. There's another lady at the back in royal purple.
Good. I think it's afternoon. Yeah, afternoon now, everyone. Thank you so much for this engaging panel. My question's a bit macro, but follows on in terms of gaps. So I'm the CEO of Emerging Public Leaders. We work across Africa to help young people to get into leadership positions in public service, particularly civil service. And I was in Ghana last week for our alumni gathering, and it was great to hear examples of some of our alumni who have done things like automate and bring AI practices into their various African countries and their ministries, to starting initiatives of things like improving health in rural settings, examples similar to what we've heard today, and their mentors saying, wow, I learned as much from the young person that I was mentoring around things like how to use their computer and AI. And I find that so encouraging. But at the same time, across Africa, we hear from some of our alumni that their peers and even supervisors don't always have computers or decent email, let alone are close to being able to use AI in the way that it could transform their ministries, their countries, and the continent of Africa. And that relates to an ongoing both inspiration and challenge that myself and I think many of you are probably grappling with, which is I think many of us can see the potential for AI to be something that helps reduce the gap in economics and in development that Africa's faced. But at the same time, as my previous speaker mentioned, we're on the back foot and we need to catch up to some extent. Now, the good thing is we're not too far behind. As we've heard, 3 years, 4 years compared to decades is something we can jump on. But how do we make sure we're not only on the catch up, but we're on the forefront of AI and we're developing AI that will really impact Africa? We've heard of some examples, but mine is sort of a challenge or a call to action or a question around how do we really make sure that we can utilize AI, which I truly believe could be the best thing that ever happened to Africa for a long time. Thank you.
So I'm going to turn to the panelists, starting with Mr. Demeter, and then Dr. Weissel and Dr. Mugusa, and then if the other colleagues want to touch on some of the questions we heard at the end, I'll open up to them. So over to you first, sir.
Okay. If Joseph, can you pull up the digital principles of development? So USAID, we follow the digital principles of development. And when it comes to frameworks to follow, and again, I say, well, it used to be Google it. Now I guess you ChatGPT it, but with caution, because as my fellow panelists said, that the AI didn't pick up the most simplistic factor, electricity, right? So when we say AI is an equalizer, it's an equalizer until you get to the local context. It can't tell the local context because it just doesn't have enough information. So localization, which was one of the last memes that crossed USA before it was demolished. Different opinions on that. It was a regimented discipline. PII, personally identifiable information, absolutely must be secured. As for L4D's principles, we don't deal with data in that sense. You can see most of what we work with is publicly available data. But if we were to use PII, it would be with our partners, the Uganda Evaluation Association, who are well versed in that. Human subject approval needs to be granted from the country if you're going to do research with human subjects. So all of these protocols still need to be observed, even though we're working with AI. But there still will be people that will skirt the process. So while I definitely agree with having a foundation, having a framework, let's get it done so that we can get folks engaged, get them pulling the right kind of data and using it responsibly. So I hope that answers part of the question.
Thank you. Maybe I can turn to Dr. Weisswa. You were challenged to answer a couple of questions, yourself and Dr. Mugasa. So maybe you first.
You meant me?
Sorry, I'm looking at.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the questions, for the comments you're making about this subject. I must begin by saying that AI governance, the conversations we are having here today, are not unique to Uganda. The questions you are asking and the answers you're looking for about AI, everybody is still looking for good answers to many of the questions about AI. I've been privileged to participate in a number of discussions about AI, not just in Africa, but even in Europe. Even the people we think are way ahead of us have not fully mastered the true scope of AI. So because of that, most regulators the approach they are taking is to allow AI to take shape, to develop, before they rush into prescribing specific laws and regulations on AI. Because there is a belief in ICT regulation that sometimes regulations can stifle innovation. And most times when you take a back step as a regulator or as a government and you watch the space to understand the subject that you want to regulate, most times you allow the innovation to take shape and regulate it more meaningfully. I want to give an example of mobile money. In 2009, when mobile money became a big thing in Uganda, East Africa, a number of countries had begun thinking about mobile money, this innovation, and they rushed to pass laws on mobile money. Many of them, their mobile money innovations didn't take shape. You'll be surprised that in the world, M-Pesa in Kenya and MTN mobile money in Uganda, those two are one of the most successful mobile money platforms in the world. One of the reasons why they have become successful is because the regulators in these countries took the approach of, can we allow this innovation to take shape? Can we do light innovation, support to the innovators and see how it's going to play out before we come out hard to regulate it. It took Uganda for mobile money up to 2020. That's when the National Payments Act was passed. But mobile money had been around from 2009 with guidelines, with slight intervention by UCISA and Bank of Uganda, using other laws to protect consumers. That approach enabled mobile money to grow to what it is now. Even for AI, I'm of the view, and this is my view as Absalam Waiso, not necessarily the view of UCC or the government of Uganda. I'm of the view, and I can defend my position, that even for AI, we should not rush as a country to come up with a law called artificial intelligence law. Rather, let's first of all use these soft interventions, the guidelines, the strategies. When you look at the 4IR strategy, it talks about innovation, it talks about technology, it talks about AI, how we should use it in the different sectors to nurture development. When you look at the digital transformation strategy of the government, it encourages people to use technology, including AI, in the different sectors for them to grow. Before we come up with a law on AI, the good news is there are so many other laws that already govern misuse of technology, not necessarily AI specifically, but technology. I'll give you an example. The Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019, it already tells you how you should manage and collect people's data. So you don't need to be told in a law titled AI that when you're collecting people's data for AI use, respect their rights, get their consent, be proportionate, be minimal about the information you're getting from them. It is already provided for in data protection. Then we have a law called the Computer Misuse Act. It was passed in 2011 and amended recently in 2022. When you look at that law, ladies and gentlemen, it already guides against misuse of a computer system to do anything. Now, AI is a computer system. So if today you use AI to generate a deep fake video about me, you don't need to look for a law called AI law in Uganda to reprimand me. In the Computer Misuse Act, there is an offense called misuse of social media. Publication of false fake information is already there in the UCC regulations. So there are many laws that already govern many of these misuses. And therefore, even before we come up with a law on AI, the good news is, if you're a developer and an innovator, please go ahead and innovate. The government is already encouraging you to do it. And now for us who are working for government institutions, we are cooking. We are cooking to come out with good policies that will be representative of our situation in Uganda. We don't want to make a mistake of picking the European AI Act and bring it in Uganda without appreciating the local context of a person in Moroto, a person in Karamoja, who is still struggling with getting power, electricity, who is still learning how to use a computer. Do we want to go and copy the law from Europe and bring it to that person? We will be missing the point. Now, to my colleague from New Vision, who is developing the editorial policy, already under the Uganda Communications Act, Section 31 and Schedule 4 talks about the minimum broadcasting standards. There are laws, the Uganda Communications Content Regulation of 2019. They tell you the do's and don'ts as a broadcaster. What should you do? So when you're developing your guidelines, you don't need to look for a law called AI law. As an editor, tell your presenter that if you go to the field to collect a story about anything, I want facts, I want balance, I want evidence of the research you've done. The reporter should not tell you that I used the AI to generate this report. Ask yourself, did you speak to Abu Salam to confirm what AI has told you? Because at the end of the day, you won't be excused from liability merely because you used the AI to generate a story. We expect you as a broadcaster to remain factual, impartial, and objective in all your reporting. And this applies to everything else. If you're a doctor, you already have ethical codes. As a doctor, you must be professional. If I come to you and I'm looking for diagnosis, if you go on Google and use AI to say somebody has a headache, a big stomach, swollen legs, what prescription? And then you pick medicine and give me, that does not work. It's not a difference for you to say, oh, sorry, I used the AI. No, we expect you as a doctor to use AI to do your work better, but not to abdicate your professional duty in being ethical, being factual, and also responsible as a user of technology. I hope that answers some of the questions. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Dr. Mugasa. I can come around, but yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Just before I answer, and I would like to thank my colleague from UCC for more or less answering the question also on behalf of NITA and government. But just before I answer some of the questions, I wanted to elaborate more on the data sovereignty. We've been talking about data sovereignty. It all speaks to the same objective of what we are here for. But there's something that the moderator said, and I want us to reflect on it specifically. Data is the new oil. You ask yourself, what was before data? Well, it was oil, but what was even before oil? Gold. So at one point we're saying gold, so oil is a new gold. Then, and you can go down the rabbit hole, which I don't want to go too deep into, but you can pick from that the spirit of why we are now bringing data to that level. Saying data is a new oil. It's value. It's the value of our data. If you can peg it to, let's take it to gold. At one time, the dollar was also pegged to the gold reserves, and would have it as a gold standard. Now let's look at data. I'm not going to say it's a new oil, but let's take it to gold, because this is something that has always been consistent. I know oil, yes, but there will be another school of thought that will not appreciate the comparison or the relation to oil. Let's relate it to gold. Data is the new gold, meaning data has value. Now, why don't we look at it in that way, or why haven't we appreciated the value in data? Would it be the same if you were saying you have oil, you have gold? Gold is a new, let's reverse it, gold is a new data. Would you neglect gold in that way? Would you say, okay, I have gold, let me just, I'm not going to talk about it. Here, the difference is because there's something tangible, you can see it, you know this value, you appreciate, it has many use cases. You can, well, for maybe for the, I don't put on any gold rings, or it has something of value that you can see and appreciate, and that's why we attach to it, and it has been consistent over years and years. Now, data, if you are asked, okay, show me your data, the first thing that I will do, me as NITA, I will go to my manager, data center. I'm happy to see that he's here. I will tell him, okay, can you pick up my records? But it doesn't appeal to me in the way it is. It's not relating to me the way I relate to gold. If I'm to be told, go and get my gold, probably if I have gold reserve somewhere, go and pick up your gold, I would really want to protect it, and I hold it at that the value that it deserves. Now, sovereignty. This is speaking to protecting. I'm protecting something. I have control over it. Back to my use case. Imagine you had no control over your gold reserves that you have. Probably they have given you gold, and well, maybe you go to your bank account and your bank manager says, sorry, the money that you deposited, you have no control over it, and we guarantee that we will not protect it. Or it is open to everyone who comes to ask for it, and you have no say over it. That is how we should be looking at data, and that's why we have put regulations. We started with a personal data. All of us are generating data, but do we think about how much data we have generated? And by the way, next year you will generate much more, probably 2.5 or maybe 2 times more than what you have generated this year. The data that you generate each year is projected to grow. There was a time when the global data generated, I think when we went into the understanding of the 4th industrial revolution, and we did an analysis, the data that was estimated to have been generated in about 2014, maybe let's give it a 2010, was in 1 year was equivalent, was actually more than all the data that was ever generated from 2009 and from the time that we started collecting data as globally. Now, we are still collecting data. That means we are still creating. We are increasing our value. We have this value that we are not giving the focus or the due focus that it deserves. But even next year, that value shall increase. You have money in your bank account. It is growing. It is gaining interest. But next year, it will even increase. The interest rate will go higher, and the value will also increase. And we do not, in a way, we are not carrying on data. We are carrying on what's in the bank that's tangible. But what is not tangible, we do not give it that value. This is where we are saying, let's give it value by providing this regulatory frameworks to protect it, but also to promote it, to give that awareness that it deserves. Collect how do we guarantee it will be used for the right purpose? As my colleague from UCC has stated, yes, under NITA, we have drafted a couple of laws. There's the Data Protection and Privacy Law Act and Regulation. There's a Computer Misuse Act. There's the E-Transactional Act, the E-Signature Act, and there were some other frameworks in the interest of time, I'll not list them. All these are guidelines to enable that protection. And for data, specifically in the Data Protection and Privacy Act, this is on personal data. If your data is collected, first of all, if it's collected without your consent, there are channels of remedy that are available for you to bring to notice to the office. And we have actually handled a couple of issues, especially in the financial sector, where personal data is misused in fraudulently gaining from it, and we intend to strengthen that sector. With the question from the person from New Vision, in terms of the AI policies, this is an emerging technology. We need to be cognizant of the environment that we work in, and as the gentleman, my colleague from UCC said, there are a couple of initiatives the government is taking, but let's move. We can't sit and wait. Time is not on our side. Technology does not help if you have to wait. We have to move, and sandboxes, collaborations with research institutes, and also support of innovation is one of the things that government is doing. But we need to work together. If we have a challenge, we identify a challenge, government comes in and supports. That's one area that I am sure will be supported at the Ministry of ICT. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so, appreciating what the time it is, I would like to invite Mr. Ebb and Mr. Mayan to speak to the last question briefly, which was, if I had to sum it up, how can Africa go from catching up to being in the forefront or leading as it pertains to the use of AI? So I invite you first, and then Mr. Mayan, I'll invite you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's a very good question, by the way. How do we go from catching up to being at the forefront? There are many strategies. I would borrow from the use case of M-Pesa and the mobile money locally in Uganda. The first strategy is we are at the forefront when we solve our problems, when we solve local African problems. The reason why M-Pesa drove that much hype and substance is because it solved an African problem. So we must always make sure we solve local problems. That's the first one. There's been mention of light regulation so that we don't constrain innovation. 2 days ago, I was in Abu Dhabi for the governance of emerging technologies. The biggest theme that came out of that is regulation should not constrain innovation. So we have to make sure we don't stifle sort of innovation with regulation, which is the good approach which I see in Uganda and other emerging African countries. So those are some of the strategies. Some others is to make sure that the strategy to upscale is sort of segmentalized. So if we're talking of upscale of African corporations, we'll deal with that differently. Corporations have to look at promoting engineering culture within the corporation, making sure that your scientists, your IT, your engineering have a culture where they can see themselves grow. At school level, there's been mention of reviewing curriculum, but also another idea is making sure the society becomes the center of these emerging technologies. So how do you make sure of that? We sort of ignore the literary phase when most cities in Africa do not have massive public libraries. Why can we not have public AI centers, public emerging technology centers? And that would drive adoption. But the point I'm trying to make here is if you have students from every school have a day at that center, what happens? Awareness travels fast. And it doesn't stop with students. I have children and I've learned TikTok from my children, right? So when your child gets the technology, the adult gets it. So we have to ensure that is another strategy. And my final one would be on the government level. Let's not focus entirely on AI and forget about the other technologies. AI development has to go with blockchain development because that would become intertwined. But also there's the new emerging field of quantum computing. Now we've talked about data sovereignty, data localization. if you do not have a hold on quantum computing, all of that is torpedoed, right? Because security of AI becomes a very topical consideration for government. So I'll end there. There's much more to talk about, but we have the framework and the sort of ideas to go about making sure we're at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayan, your views on how Africa can go from catching up to being in the forefront.
Yeah, thank you. First to note is the way Africa were doing its own affairs before in terms of regulations. It was copy and paste at a certain level. But this time, Africa should have its own homegrown policies and frameworks that are driven from the needs. As the example mentions of successful innovations, we in Africa here, we have all what it needs to be in the forefront, not playing a catch-up role in terms of innovation, and innovation is with the youth. So let us give chance to innovators by availing all what it needs for them to innovate, to encourage them, get the platform for them to excel in what they are doing. And as we mentioned also, to have a robust legal frameworks that and policies that encourage them. We have to encourage the youth to do that innovations.
And also to you, the audience, and to those probing questions that we were asked. I think there's a lot there, I'm sure, that will be built on during this conference. There's some common themes. Of course, we heard collaboration, innovation, in terms of providing the spaces, sandboxes. I'm still old enough that I think of sandboxes in a different way, but I understand the context. Funding, providing funding and fund access to those who are most left behind. Some basic things we have to ensure that there is critical thinking, which comes back to your point about moving away from copy and pasting. But I think, and ensuring that regulation is not stifling innovation. But I think there is a key point, which is that to catch up and to go from lagging to the forefront, the critical thing is that AI must solve local problems and have a local context. And so with that, I think I have you 22 minutes behind your schedule, so I apologize. But thank the audience and thank the organizers, and I'm sure we look forward to very engaging conversations over the next day and a half. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Mayandut, Dr. Waiswa, Dr. Mugasa, Mr. Egbe, Mr. Demeter, and certainly, based off of the really acquired moniker, Your Majesty, Mr. King, I want to appreciate you for, looping us into your ideas and your vision. We honor you for the insight you've shared with us. And to do this properly, allow me invite Michael we're going to give him, to give a token of appreciation, and also there will be a group photograph. Thank you. People in the booth, can we have some music to accompany this activity, please? That was a really intense session, wasn't it? Are we okay? Are we okay? I need to see the hands. Are we okay? Wonderful. Thank you so much. You've been an incredible audience. It is now lunchtime, but before we go for lunch, I need to, recognize the people to whom I owe this event. Our partners, for whom we are very grateful for their support: UCC, NITA Uganda, Refactory Academy, Mark AI Health Lab, CCare, who, by the way, are offering health services downstairs, Microsoft ADC, INM Bank, UNDP, CEPA, Center for Policy Analysis, and New Vision. We want to thank you. And of course, all of you in here for being a wonderful audience. You've been incredible. Now, as we get ourselves ready for lunch, there's just a bit of housekeeping information you need to have. Nicholas, I just need to confirm that the lunch service station is upstairs. Okay, so lunch is going to be upstairs across the way. Booth, if you haven't yet registered for this event, it's really important to us to know and thank you properly for having joined us today. So please pass by there. You will receive coupons shortly to facilitate your meal. Lunch is an hour. I'm hoping you're going to take the time again to engage and interact and share those visions and ideas. I know in here are some innovators and thought leaders in the different ideas that you might have. So please share those so that when we come for the next engagements, we can have those, shared with us publicly. But before we go, I want to ask, because I always get so amused, and this is a follow-up to a question that has already been asked. How many of us use AI communication tools? Grok, ChatGPT? It's been asked. I just want to see proper show of hands. Okay, this table certainly. I see gaps, hands are not raised. I'm worried. You attend an AI conference, ChatGPT would be the first. Can I see show of hands? People who use those communication tools? I want to ask very quickly, what do you use it for?
To understand certain aspects of my work.
Anyone else? Anyone use ChatGPT as a friend? Because I can assure you, there are people who use these tools as friends. Anyone? Anyone have conversations when you don't want to talk to people for real, but you want to have a conversation with something? You want to share?
I always use ChatGPT on a friendly basis. Like when I'm lonely, probably I would engage AI and I would feel good.
Personally, as I read, as I do my work, in most cases, you want to receive a different perspective on different things. And sometimes it's difficult for Google to give you everything you need. So sometimes you engage ChatGPT and you will notice that it will give you different readings. Yes, you have to be careful because not all the time it is as accurate as you may imagine, but at least it gives you that bit of a starting base on some things that you'd be like, oh, okay, I didn't know about this. And then you will probably navigate it more and then you get more information. And truth be told, at a certain time, you need someone who is a little bit smarter than you. In most cases, when you engage, you'd be like, I can actually rephrase my writing to be around these ages. So, yeah.
Anyone used it yet to create your personalized health plan, your gym regimen? I think what happens is these tools are only as good as how far we prompt them. So if what you ask is small, what you'll receive is small. Make sense? Make sense? Or we are hungry? I promise you lunch is ready. I'm now just sort of waiting for the coupons. Anyone else have a unique use case for ChatGPT? Or not necessarily Chat, there's Claude, there's Grok, whichever.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rachel Chen. My unique use case is I usually have a challenge with deciding my outfits, and that really takes a lot of my time. And I use ChatGPT to select outfits based on occasions, based on thematic events. So sometimes I just take a photo of the clothes that I think I can wear and ask it to choose for me. So it sort of saves my time, and I just pick it and yeah.
Anyone else? To create your political opinions. Okay, that one don't tell us. But the point I'm trying to make here is you already have a number of resources available to you. And if you truly want to get into this thing, then get into it. You know what I mean? Make sure to explore the options you have. Everything from fixing your grammar to finding out, creating your, your work plan for the year, a personalized brand or whatever it is. The more information you feed, yeah, the better the output. So that is just a pro tip for you. I'd like to request the team in charge of the coupons. Are we here yet? Nicholas? Or are we getting the coupons from outside? Okay. All right. Lunch is an hour. I thank you so much for your attention and your time. I am hoping there's things we're picking up from here, certainly things that we can use a little later. In the event that there's absolutely nothing you've learned, raise your hand. I just want to do a personal evaluation. Okay. Anyone who's learned only one thing today? We are good? We're good? Okay, great. Now, you're going to be directed on how to go for lunch. It's going to be guided, but I hope you'll enjoy your meal and certainly hope to see you back here in 1 hour, which would be what time? Everybody, what time will 1 hour be? Say again? From your lips to God's ears. Enjoy your lunch.
When you look at the healthcare system, especially in our context, not only in Uganda, but under the sub-Saharan Africa, we do face unique challenges from the health infrastructure, from the infrastructure that enables the utilization of artificial intelligence to the limited capacities in terms of workforce in the different health cities across the NMICs. But also looking at the growing population, especially in Africa, we realize that this is actually the right time where we need to harness the tremendous opportunity that comes with artificial intelligence and cloud technologies. We really want to close that gap, especially where you're looking at scenarios where we have very few skilled technicians. Can artificial intelligence be that tool that can come in to support the way diseases are diagnosed, the way treatment is provided, the way care is provided, even within our limited resources? Can we look at the emerging technologies as a solution And I think these conversations are very timely, and we also need in Africa to take note of the capabilities of artificial intelligence and how they can support the derailing healthcare system that we have in Africa. There is a lot that we're going to expect. We're going to look at the different use cases to appreciate how artificial intelligence can be harnessed in the healthcare systems, from the way we're developing artificial intelligence diagnostic tools. Not only that, but also scaling it to, providing telehealth platforms that even in scenarios where we don't have an expert on ground, can these AI-powered telehealth platforms bridge that gap to bring patients closer to healthy practitioners, even in scenarios where they are actually not on ground. We want to look at ways in which we can be able to utilize artificial intelligence in surveillance of certain diseases from optics where these diseases are spatially located. Can we be able to utilize artificial intelligence? So the masterclass is going to be adding all those components to give us a feeling and an appreciation of how artificial intelligence can be utilized. But that not alone, we also want to have a conversation between the different stakeholders, from government entities to policymakers, to different healthy practitioners, to the entire population of Uganda that is going to be available at the summit, to have ways in which you can come together as a community under different expertises to collaborate and find solutions that can be impactful in our communities. So I'm very much looking forward to the different engagements that are going to happen.
I just want to make a quick
And I
announcement.
look forward to having connections.
The coupons are going to come to you. Please hold. The service station is currently occupied by other teams who are exiting to create space for you. Thank you.
Since 1989, SEEF has been a trusted resource for small and medium enterprises in emerging markets, providing growth capital and operational support to build climate resilience, food security, and inclusion. In 2006, SEEF founded Seed Global to face the complex challenges entrepreneurs face in the management of their businesses. Seed has since become an invaluable resource, providing peer learning and support networks to help entrepreneurs find practical solutions to both daily and long-term strategic challenges. Today, SEEF and Seed span nearly 30 countries across 5 continents. At the onset of COVID-19 in March of 2020, SEEF and Seed acted quickly to support entrepreneurs navigating the economic challenges and public health disruptions created by the pandemic. To demonstrate our impact methodology and our approach during 2020, we have decided to illustrate the typical journey of entrepreneurs supported by SEEF and Seed. This story reflects the holistic services we provide to help similar-sized businesses. Meet Irene, an entrepreneur running an instant coffee factory. Irene's story is a fictionalized account based on the real stories and challenges faced by our entrepreneurs in 2020. SEEF began investing in Irene's company in 2018, and by 2019, Irene expanded her business to include bulk exports and increased the number of her employees. She began buying large amounts of beans from local farmers and more equipment to produce her premium coffee blends. Irene joined Seed in 2019, greatly benefiting from Seed mentoring program, peer-to-peer learning, and business training. Seed paired Irene with an experienced entrepreneur who was deeply committed to helping her grow her business even further. In March of 2020, COVID-19 erupted across the world, and for many, travel and in-person meetings stopped. Irene's employees couldn't come to work. The economic slowdown impacted her cash flow and supply chains, slowing her previously booming business. SEEF quickly helped Irene find and apply for third-party financial assistance to renegotiate her loan terms and extend her payments, allowing her to continue producing and exporting her coffee once the travel ban lifted, and, just as importantly, paying her staff. SEEF and Seed advised Irene on how she could enhance sanitary practices within her factory to prepare for her employees' return. One of Seed's first meetings after the onset of the pandemic hosted a doctor discussing COVID-19 facts and myths, and provided guidelines to mitigate the spread of the virus in the workplace. Steve also helped Irene devise non-overlapping shifts that would allow her employees to maintain social distance. In a peer meeting, Seed also provided concrete strategies for entrepreneurs like Irene to build business resilience in uncertain times. Irene not only kept her staff employed and healthy during 2020, but was even able to add employees later in the year, setting her up for increased sustainability and growth in 2021. Our collective recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is predicated upon innovative and dedicated entrepreneurs like Irene, whose enterprises have been and will continue to narrow the existing and growing disparities we see around the world. At the moment, education is a very important factor of our society. And we are seeing a very growing population of youth, just such as in Africa, I don't know, even Uganda. But then we do not have scalable solutions that are able to provide education to people. And I see that AI is going to enable us to build these scalable solutions that not only just provide education at a bare minimum, but quality education. But what does that mean? A lot of education providers in Africa need to adopt how to use technology, especially AI, to be able to do this. The narrative is that AI will help us automate everything. But the idea is that we must have something to start with, where we see our competitive advantage, and then AI will come on board to augment this, amplify it. So if we already have education, how do we use AI to amplify this, harness AI to amplify this to be able to expound on what it is that we already have, because we're not starting at zero. Technology already exists, so many solutions have already been curated, but I would love to hear from the conversations that we're going to have on how to then put AI on top of the solutions that already exist to just make everything scalable. So we have panelists that are from diverse backgrounds. We have Felix Chidaka, a very renowned software developer, but also in the space of AI. He's known to have built the first Luganda ChatGPT, very contextualized to Uganda, not even Africa. Looking forward to what he has to share in terms of his experience around artificial intelligence. We have Irene Esther Mutuzo. She's an educationist, a PhD scholar at the moment, and her focus is on digital adoption in a different context. She's taken time to understand how do we utilize artificial intelligence in the different contexts to be able to adopt digital across the board, especially in education. And then we also have Edson Kagonda. He's a software developer from Cavendish University. So thinking about this entire panel and the different experiences they bring on board, diverse perspectives, I think it's going to be a very wonderful conversation in terms of deep diving into education and how to apply artificial intelligence solutions for quality education, not only in the education space that is what we know, the unidirectional education, but all of this other education that people do not necessarily are accustomed to, like being able to become a software developer on your own, being able to develop Luganda ChatGPT. So those are going to be really good conversations with our panelists. So we really look forward to having you join us at Africa Artificial Intelligence Summit next week, May 8th and 9th at Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort. Come join a plethora of enthusiasts and people who have taken time to understand artificial intelligence, but also want to learn more from the rest of the community.
Just a quick one. So coupons are already being distributed. Humphrey over here, the gentleman in the green shirt has them. Please make sure to have a coupon and go and have your lunch. We need to come back here for another engaging session as soon as possible. If you have not yet received a coupon for lunch, kindly, Humphrey, raise your hand so that people can see. Okay. Humphrey should be able to help you.
Artificial intelligence in surveillance of distant diseases from contexts where these diseases are partially detected.
Yes. We need to be back here by 2:30. So please, please, please. Lunch is all the way upstairs and to that side. So you need to rise and Humphrey, there are some people on this end who have not got lunch is at sunset.
Engagements that are going to happen at the summit, and I look forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go and have your lunch. I'm quite impressed that this group wants to stay in.
Since 1989, SEED has been a trusted resource for small and medium enterprises in emerging markets, providing growth capital and operational support to build climate resilience,
is that AI will help us automate everything. But the idea is that we must have something to start with where we see our competitive advantage, and then AI will come on board to augment this, amplify it. So if we already have education, how do we use AI to amplify this, harness AI to amplify this to be able to provide quality education at scale? So I think I'm really looking forward to the discussions, mostly those discussions that will bust that narrative of
events that are going to happen at the summit, and I look forward to having connections and conversations with the different stakeholders that will be attending. Yes, thanks.
Since 1989, SEED has been a trusted resource for small and medium enterprises in emerging markets, providing growth capital with operational support to build climate resilience, food security, and innovation. In 2006, SEED seized as entrepreneurs face in the management of their businesses. SEED has since become an invaluable resource, providing peer learning and support networks to help entrepreneurs find practical solutions to both daily and long-term strategic challenges. Today, SEED and SEED span nearly 30 countries across 5 continents. At the onset of COVID-19 in March of 2020, SEED and SEED acted quickly to support entrepreneurs navigating the economic challenges and public health Seed advised Irene on how she could enhance sanitary practices within her factory to prepare for her employees' return. One of Seed's first meetings after the onset of the pandemic hosted a doctor discussing COVID-19 facts and myths and provided guidelines to mitigate the spread of the virus in the workplace. Seed also helped Irene devise non-overlapping shifts that would allow her employees to maintain social distance. In a peer meeting, Seed also provided concrete strategies for entrepreneurs
of AI. He's known to have built the first Luganda ChatGPT, very contextualized to Uganda, not even Africa. Looking forward to what he has to share in terms of his experience around artificial intelligence. We have Irene Esther Matuzo. She's an educationist, a PhD scholar at the moment, and her focus is on digital adoption in a different context. She has taken time to understand how do we utilize artificial intelligence in a different context to be able to adopt digital across the board, especially in education. And then we also have Edson Pagona, who's a software developer from Cavendish University. So thinking about this entire panel and the different experiences they bring on board, diverse perspectives, I think it's going to be a very wonderful conversation in terms of deep diving into education and how to apply
policymakers, to different healthy practitioners, to the entire population of Uganda that is going to be available at the summit, to have ways in which you can come together as a community and different expertises to collaborate and find solutions that can be impactful in our communities. Looking forward,
I hope
the
we
different
are well.
engagements that are
Forgive
going to
that.
happen at the summit, and I
How
look
was
forward
lunch?
to having connections.
Did we have
and,
lunch?
and conversations with the different stakeholders that will be attending.
How was lunch? I know we are busy responding to our emails and checking in, but just very quickly, somebody tell me how lunch was. Okay, someone else tell me how lunch was. Okay, if no one can tell me, let's all rise. Time to stand.
SEED has been a trusted resource
People in the booth, can we have something to dance to?
providing growth capital and operational support to build climate resilience, food security, and inclusion. In 2006, SEED
Please rise. We need a health break and just to stretch a bit. Make sure the food actually reaches our toes.
resource, providing peer learning and support networks to help entrepreneurs find practical solutions to both daily and long-term strategic challenges. Today, SEED and SEED span nearly 30 countries across
Thank you.
At the onset of COVID-19 in March of 2020, SEED and SEED acted quickly to support entrepreneurs navigate.
I love that some people started dancing already. Well done. Before I start handpicking people to come and join me in dancing, who wants to come and do the shuffle? Okay, then we have to dance in our seats, at our seats. No? Come on. Let me record this engagement as well. Guys, music is playing. What are we doing about it? Right. In that case, let us do stretches. Arms up. Arms to the side. Turn around. Turn around the other side. Arms down. Now we're going to do that to the beat of the music, okay? Arms up, to the side, around, and down, okay? To the beat of that song. Together. 1, 2, 3, go. Up. Around. No one has gone around. What's happening? We do it again. Arms up, to the side, go around, and then down. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, go. And down. Again. Up, side, round, and down. One more time. Up, to the side, around, and down. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to have a master class that's going to be run for us by Mac AI Labs, and I'd like to invite them, the team from Mac, okay, to come through and take us through a session on harnessing AI and cloud technology to transform healthcare in Africa. It's going to have 2 panelists, or maybe one at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Solomon Nsumba.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Solomon Nsumba. I'm a computer science PhD student, but also a research scientist at the Makerere AI Lab. I also work with Sunbird AI, and I do facilitate some courses at Refactory. So privileged to be part of the presentation. So Dr. Rose is not around. She had to step out due to an emergency, but I'll take us through the presentation. And then we shall have a demo at the end of the presentation. So those that came with laptops, please do boot them because we're going to be doing some practicals. All right. Yes, so the topic is on deploying AI to transform healthcare and scale impact in Africa. And I'm going to use a case study from the lab that we've been working on for quite some time. So the lab, Makere AI Lab, began in 2007, started as a meeting group. People that were interested in AI would meet over coffee and discuss papers. And then in 2014, that's when we got a physical space at the College of Computing on level 6. And there we were doing work on mainly computer vision. So a lot of work that we've done has involves using images. We've done that in healthcare, agriculture, transport. And when you visit, now the lab has transitioned to the Makere Data Science and AI Center. And then from that, we now have the Makere AI Health Lab as well. So I'll take you through that journey with one of the projects that we're doing at the Makere AI Health Lab. Yep. Okay. So AI in healthcare can't wait because of the reasons that are listed here. So first we have the rising demands from within our context that we operate in, and it's to that effect that we need to develop solutions that can work within our context. Data has been collected. The good thing that we have in our setting is that it's not so polluted, meaning as innovators, we can easily pick up a given problem and then be able to innovate around it. So at the lab, we've developed solutions mainly targeting malaria, TB, and cervical cancer. And I'd like to take us through some of those solutions that we have been able to come up with. Yeah, so the project is called Ocular, basically looking at automating microscopy. So typically when you go to a health center, you want to be diagnosed for, let's say, malaria, they will take your blood sample, they do the staining, and then they have to look through the microscope to see the count of the parasites. Behind the room, there is a setup that you can visit. So we have a microscope there that usually lab techs would use to see if someone has the disease or not. So what we did with that is to come up with a 3D printable adapter that you can attach to the microscope. And then we have an application running on a mobile phone that you can slide into the 3D printed adapter, and then you're able to see what the technician would have seen if they're using their naked eye. Then to make the phone smart is we develop a model that's able to count the parasites. But before all that, we need to collect the data set from the hospitals because we know that AI models are data hungry. So we had to collect a lot of images to be able to train the model to do the automated count. But first we take the images and then have experts annotate those images, after which we train the model to be able to see what the human was able to see. And then those can be deployed in a lab setting for them to use. So the whole system integrates the use of the smartphones, but then also the microscope and then the adapter that I talked about. Because of the presence of smartphones across the continent that can be accessed at low cost, we train our models to be able to work with low resolution images so that all centers across the country are able to use the tool because it's inputting in low quality or low resolution images. And then integrating smartphones and microscopes, what I've talked about, that we use the 3D printed adapter that you see at the back. And then the smartphone that has the application either for taking images or for doing the actual diagnosis. That empowers the professionals because we want to improve the output of the technicians. I think WHO standard is that you cannot look at more than are they 20 slides in a day for technicians? But then this is a machine, so it not get tired, meaning that you can feed it as many slides as you can, given the queue that you have within the hospital setting. So we do want to improve the productivity of the technicians, but then also for the patient, being able to get their results in time, not waiting so much at the hospital. Then the accurate disease detection, because we tend to collect data over and over again. So if we see any model drift in the model that has been trained, we go back and collect more data so that the model is able to learn all the different expressions of the disease across the population that we have. So what we did when we were collecting this data, we went out to all parts of the country to make sure that the slides that we use for training the model are representative enough of the entire population. So these models tend to give accurate results given the data that has been used to train them. And of course, the end goal will be to improve the health outcomes, because if you're improving the efficiency of the technicians, but then also improving the time, reducing the time with which you get back these results, you're improving the lives of the patients. So Ocular empowers healthcare professionals to efficiently detect diseases and such as malaria, tuberculosis, and cervical cancer. So those are the three that we're working with at the moment, but anything that can be done through automated microscopy, that would be our target, to try and automate those processes for all the detections that can be done using this same pipeline. Okay, so how does this work? So we are mainly using computer vision. Imaging technology, like I said, the starting point is being able to get the images that you want to use to train the model. Like I explained, that using the same setup where you have the phone and then the slides being put below the microscope, someone's able to take images that are representative of a given expression that you want to train the model for. And for our case, we've done this for malaria, TB, and cervical cancer, because they're all, the diagnosis is done in a similar manner. And then for computer vision models, so when we're done with taking those images, we again call on the experts to come to the lab or at the station, and then they're able to map for us out the points where these parasites or cancerous cells are within the image, because we want the model to be able to learn from an expert. And in this case, our experts would be these domain experts that we have in the different health facilities. So we use tools like CVAT. There are so many labeling tools that you can use. You just have to train the experts on what to look out for when they are doing the annotations. And then the disease detection capabilities. So that would be after we've trained the models to be able to, if they're doing a count of parasites, like the way it's done in hospitals, the model should be able to do the same thing for them. Same thing with cervical cancer. If an image is presented to them, maybe when they look through the microscope, they're interested in seeing the area that is cancerous, the model would be able to do the same thing. Same thing with TB bacilli, same thing, being able to detect those TB, the bacteria that causes that disease. And in all this, we hope that as people go to hospitals, they'll be able to get results quickly and also more efficiently. in such a process. So computer vision overall is just training the machine to be able to see like the human. So what I see as a human, we train the model to be able to see the same thing. And there's so many the other areas of AI. Computer vision has been a big thing for quite some time. Like I said, we started discussing this in 2007. So we had models where we would extract features manually, like SAP and Swift. That was before deep learning became a big thing. Now we have deep learning models that are able to do this more effectively. But by then when we're detecting diseases in cassava, you basically have the leaflet, and then you would manually have to extract the morphology of the leaf and extract those features and be able to train the model. So that's computer vision. Now we in deep learning that allows the things to be done more automatically. But then the other big thing that we are looking to is reasoning, another branch of AI that has seen the rise of things like ChatGPT and all the other large language models in that line. So that's another one, reasoning, where you're able to form some kind of conversation with the AI tool. And so even in our solutions, we're trying to standardize reporting, like doing automated reporting for some of these diseases. There's the way they report in hospital, but are we able to use AI to help in this reporting using using imaging? So if the model has been able to detect some parasites in an image, are we able to go ahead and do the reporting for the technician? And that we're using some LLMs to do this. So that's reasoning is a big part of AI. That's why you're able to use things like ChatGPT. But then the way we prompt at times is not so effective. Maybe just to mention a few things. So when you're doing prompting, there's what they call zero shot prompting. What you're doing is asking the LLM to maybe describe something for you without giving it like any examples. Then there is what they call few shots. So beyond just telling it, giving it an instruction to do something, you give it examples. Like if you want to add 1 + 2, maybe you give it an example of 2 + 3 = 5. So it's able to learn from the example. And then we have like 5 short, where you give it like maybe 5 examples for it to learn from. Then there is self-consistency, again, where you add in a bit of more reasoning for the LLM to be able to learn. So as we use these tools, I felt you could benefit from understanding what prompt engineering is, so that you do not just put in your prompt and expect to get accurate results. So read about the different prompting techniques that you can use to be able to get good answers from the LLM. Yeah, but the whole point was in reasoning, we use that to do the automated report generation. And then, of course, you've reinforcement learning is looking at robotics. And what you do in there is being able to train agents by some form of like rewards and punishments as they make their movements about the environment that they're operating in. Yeah, so for now, let's go back to computer vision that we are using because this is an imaging problem. We cannot run away from computer vision. Yes, so what you see here is the adapter that I was talking about. And if you go to the back, you'll be able to see the adapter, how it looks like. It's designed to be able to attach to the eyepiece of the microscope so that you're able to slide the phone in there and be able to do all this kind of processing. And then you have the smartphone on top here. So the smartphone will be the one that is running the models or any applications that you want to use for your analysis. The reason you have the adapter is if you're operating the phone without the adapter, of course you'll get tired. Imagine seeing very many patients analyzing their slides and you just holding the phone on top of the eyepiece. It will be tiresome for the technician. But then also, to be able to get the focus of the eyepiece, we need to have that stable placement of the phone. That's why we had to design the 3D adapter. So we have 3D printers in the lab. This is where we do this fabrication from. Samples again at the back. You'll take a look. So we do the image capture, the image analysis, and then we give the automated diagnosis for the disease that I mentioned. Right. So this is another example that I can, as you can see here, we have malaria, TB, and then cancer. So this particular example is for a slide for malaria that has been stained. I think this is a thick smear. When you take the image of it, as you can see, that this first one is what was annotated by the expert. So that the blue, the dark blue boxes that you're seeing is where the expert saw trophozoites. And then these other biggest circles are the ones that are around the white blood cells. And then we compare that with what the model was able to detect. So you can see we are very close to what the expert was able to annotate and what the model was able to see. And this was not part of our training data because when you're training the model, we separate our test from the training data set to make sure that the model does not overfit. If it's deployed out there, it's able to detect images that it hasn't seen in the training. Yep, I hope this is clear. This is another example, still the same thing. So we have the ones in red are the ones that the model detected, and then the ones in white are what the expert was able to annotate. So this is for malaria, and then this other side is for TB bacilli. Yes, I don't have an example here for cervical cancer, but yeah. All right, so beyond the computer vision work that we do, we also do surveillance, being able to, because beyond what is done at the point of care where they do the diagnosis, there's so many other factors that come into play when modeling the disease prevalence, maybe across a given district or the nation. So we try to widen our scope in terms of what we input into the models. Let's say where someone comes from, basically any data about them to be able to have accurate models. So we're working with teams like the Malaria Consortium and other people that have been doing surveys to be able to have models that are able to do accurate predictions for the nation, and also with the Ministry of Health to be able to predict disease across the whole nation. So that's some of the work that we're doing. We've gotten data from the Ministry of Health to aid in being able to predict disease more accurately. Yes, and then towards standardization, we've worked with ITU to standardize ways in how malaria diagnosis is done, moving away from what we all know that you go, they get your blood sample, and then they detect the disease. So with ITU, we've been able to build standardizations on how this can be done using AI. And then also we are working with the Ministry of Health to have an AI framework to be able to guide innovators that are working around the space of using AI for their health systems. I know most people are complaining that it's taking long, but yeah, in the background, the teams that are working towards getting these frameworks developed and implemented. All right, so this is our commitment as the lab, enhancing access to quality diagnostics. Like I've mentioned, we want to venture into other diseases that use the same things that we have looked at, and then combating drug resistance. We all know that as you keep on taking these antibiotics, a point reaches when your body no drug can work on you because you've taken so many antibiotics. So we're trying to innovate around that space to make sure that things are better for us. And then saving lives through early intervention, democratizing access to diagnostics. This means that being able to deploy even the remotest areas of the country so that people are able to get accurate diagnosis. And then empowering healthcare professionals, because when they use these tools with that guidance, they're able to give us better diagnosis. Areas of collaboration. So as a lab, in disease surveillance, we still need more data to be able to get accurate models to do the disease surveillance, and then AI-enhanced diagnostics for malaria. So any team or private hospitals that has a lab and they would want to test the tool, we are available to test the tool in their space. Access to healthcare workers, that one is, if you're there and you want to test the tool, please do reach out. Then collaboration and research, like I said, the field is still, there's so many things to look at, so many diseases to cover, and we can only do a few of them as a lab. So if you know a disease that you think automation can come in handy, please do reach out. Those are the handles, X, LinkedIn, and that's the website. Yes, the second part of the presentation that I should have done is the tutorial. I would like to switch to that now. Okay. So I mentioned that I was requesting you to, if you have your laptops, if you can go to Teachable Machines. Teachable Machine, it's a Google application, Teachable Machine. I don't know if you can see you can't see, but if you just Google Teachable Machine and go to this website here. So we're going to try and design an application, a model actually, that does object detection. I forgot to carry objects. I need like 3 objects, maybe a cup, anything. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So I have a mouse. I have a pen and a bottle. So I'll be using the 3 objects. You can use any objects that you have at your table. Just to, I want to give you a picture of what goes on as we train these models. So I'll go to get started. And a new project. So the project is going to be an image project because we want to be able to categorize different objects. And then I'll go to standard image model because we want to build a model that is able to detect different objects. Are we together? Oh, perfect. So usually okay, there's a class here, so I'll do, my first class will be the mouse. And then you can either upload the images or you can use a webcam to get streams of images for that particular object. So I'll go with webcam. I will allow this site. And then, as you can see, it's able to see the mouse. And then I will hold for about up to 250 images, which is a good number for training a computer vision model, about 250. I'll stop there. Then I'll go to class 2. Class 2 is going to be a pen. Again, I'll use the webcam. Can I go slow? Okay. So we started with the first class, which is the mouse. And we were able to record 252 images. So I'm going to the second class, which is the pen, and I want to do another 250 images. Okay, so you hold down here. Okay, my face is in there, but okay, I've done 261. That should be fine. Then the last class I'm going to add would be the bottom. Yes.
Generalize beyond images that you're making, right? Like I'll bet you that if you put the the bottle on the white ground, picture there, then later on in testing the pen on the white ground, it will take out the pen on the bottle.
Yes, I'm going to talk about that at the very end. So the question is on being able to generalize well with new images and all that. Given the data that I'm using to train the model, I'm just using this as to show the power of AI and how the models are trained. But in the real world, you have to collect more authentic data sets. So this is just a tool for us to test out, but the data doesn't represent the real world data set that you'd have. Is that clear? Okay. Right, so the other class that I wanted was the bottle. So again, you go ahead to, sorry. Again, we can do 250 or less. Okay, so now that this is done, the second part will be the training of the model. So this works for things like classification. So in modeling for at least for imaging, we have you can do classification, whereby in case you have known classes of different objects, you're able to develop a model that is able to classify those different objects. But then we have image segmentation, whereby you'd want to, like for the case of cervical cancer, our interest is being able to segment out the cancerous cells. So in that case, classification wouldn't work for you. Your model would be different. The way you train your model, you'd have to have another layer here that does, where you have someone do the actual annotation of where the cancer cells are. Same thing with object detection, like we saw for the malaria problem. Again, we'd have another layer here where we call on the experts to annotate out the parasites within the images. And then, I've talked about object detection. Yeah, I've talked about it. Segmentation and then classification. So for this particular example, it's for classification where you have certain categories that you want to classify against. Okay, so if this is done, then we can go ahead and train our model. So we have 3 classes, and what we want our model to be able to do is to classify the different objects that we have into their categories. Is that all right? Okay, so I'll go ahead and train the model. So in model training, so many things happen. These are called iterations, as the model is seeing the images for the first time, then the second time. These would be called epochs or iterations. Basically, the model being able to look at your data set over and over again until when it's able to learn the patterns that are within your different classes. So in the lab, we'll do this, of course, using code, but for the purpose of this presentation, I want to just use this interface so that we're able to know what's going on behind the scenes. So as you see, the epochs keep on moving. This is going to take a short time to train, and I hope you're training your model as well. All right, so the model is trained, batch size, learning rate. So these are parameters that you would set to be able to train your model. And usually if you're getting bad results, you can tweak some of these parameters to be able to get accurate results. So exporting the model. So this, if you want to deploy your model maybe on the mobile, within the mobile application, you'd export it as a certain file, and then that you can integrate within your mobile application. Or if you want to have it as a web application, you can do the same thing. So I've left the webcam on just to go ahead and test the model. And now is the time to show whether the model works well or not. Ideally, what you see down here, these are the confidence levels. Just the model being confident that whatever it's seeing is of a particular class. So let's go ahead and see what this is. So this is a mouse. So I want to see whether it was able to learn that this is a mouse. As you can see, it moves between, keeps on. I don't know which side I used for the, okay, let me just go back. I think we can say I used this side. So as you see, because it was able to learn that particular side of the mouse, it has been able to, when you look at the confidence levels, it's moving between, yeah, side. Yeah. Then if I go to the bottle, it's giving us 100% that this is a bottle. And then if I go to pen, again, we see that it's seeing more of the pen than the other objects. So this is the idea of what happens in model development, at least for computer vision. I just wanted to show you, to give you a picture of what goes on in the background as we train. All right. Yeah, he wants the model to fail, so let's see what it gives us. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a bit confused because of the too much noise that we had training data set. But I hope you get the idea of what computer vision is and how you can use it for within your organizations if you have image data and you'd want to train models. This would be a simple test. Of course, it requires more images to be able to train a model that is durable enough to operate in so many environments. Even as we've been doing it for quite some time, always you find new expressions of the disease, and then you have to update your data to be able to learn these new expressions in a given disease. And just to show you the, so exporting, so it gives you code that you can put within your system and a link to the model that you've trained. So TensorFlow would work well in any web application that you have. And then TensorFlow Lite for the people that are doing mobile applications. You can easily get that TF-Lite file into your mobile application. Thank you so much. Questions?
Yes.
Okay.
A question.
Thank you very much. My name is Edmond. I just wanted to learn about the life cycle. How do you ensure or prevent bias and hallucinations? We've seen scenarios where people go to doctors, say to check HIV, and the results say you're positive, but yet you're negative. So for this AI model you've developed, how do you ensure that that is averted? Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I think I'll take them as they come in. Yep. So the model durability depends on the data that you fed it with. That's why we had to go across all the different parts of the country to make sure that we get representations from all the different populations within the country. But as you deploy the model, there's what we call model monitoring, being able to see that So the technicians that will be using the model will be able to give us feedback on how it's performing. So in case of model drift, that happens whereby the model was being accurate when it was deployed, but then over time, because of the changing factors, maybe within the population, it has lost that accuracy. So we have to go back and collect more data and update the model to be able to learn those different patterns that were not captured in the first instance.
Yeah, quick one. Other use cases, non-medical, thinking, wow, you're quick with that camera, bro. Thinking small businesses using, I mean, just to open the box up a little.
Other use cases, general, commercial, okay.
Non-medical.
Non-medical, okay. So I'll talk about the work that we've done in the lab that is not medical. So I mentioned the use case for within the agriculture sector. So working with Narrow to be able to automate how they do their variety advancements in cassava. So usually when we take the tuber of cassava and you cut it, there's that disease, I think it's called CBSD. And so how they're doing it was a bit subjective because they would look at the tuber and then estimate the percentage of viral infection. So still with application, we annotate those images, areas where the root necrosis is, and then be able to train models that are able to detect for them the percentage of viral infection. Then that allows them to advance certain varieties to the next stage of their breeding cycle. So that's one use case in agriculture. We've also done a bit of chatbots for farmers and also develop tools for them where they can take pictures of their leaves of their crops and be able to get the disease diagnosis for those crops. Then in transport, we are working on emissions factor estimation, but also in traffic route estimations. So we've installed devices across the city to be able to so we can detect for you the car make, mode, and year, and then from that we're able to predict the emissions in a given city. That's work that we're still doing, still under pilot studies. Then of course there's work under AirCore where they're able to do air quality monitoring. Then we've done other research in language tech. You know, there's a team from, I'm also from Sandbird, but I have colleagues there from Sandbird that will be talking about work that we've done around the language space, because we know even the LLMs that we use are majorly based on language. And since our language are low resourced, the goal at Sandbird is to have our languages visible. And so if we have these translators, maybe even this conference, someone that is in Gulu or in the East can be able to log on and be able to get maybe captions, transcriptions for within their particular language. So there's work that's being done in that space of language and speech as well, that you're able to talk, and then we give you the transcript for our native languages. So that's what I can talk about for now. Yeah, but I think Business Paul will speak more tomorrow, and yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Agri Kato. I'm not sure if you own the website app that we have used to test this. I'm really impressed. I've only had one question about it. We've had to take 250, which you mentioned is around the minimum that it needs to learn. And I find that that quite a lot. For example, if we are training maybe a chatbot to listen in from farmers' sentiments and get responses or answers from 250 as the minimum for it to learn, it means we need 249 responses, farmers that will not get responses. until probably until it learns to respond. So at deployment in the real sense of business and handling clientele, I'm not sure how we can minimize that. With a few chatbots, I know the usually between 50 to 100. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should have done another demo. So, but to start with, I don't own the website. It's a Google website. So in terms of the data that you need, so being images, you need to give them enough data to be able to learn. And if you take a video stream, let's have this bottle, it's seeing the same bottle. So there will be some overfitting when you train your model. So there have to be maybe different bottles that you use to make sure that the model is able to work well when deployed in a new environment. Maybe it's being shown a bottle that has not seen before. So you're better off giving it more examples for it to be able to learn. And so you will not find a use case where someone is just streaming the same object over and over again. The model will not be good to use in production. So in imaging, we need more examples of a given object in different environments for it to be able to generalize well in a new environment. But in case of Q&A or chatbots, there's another tutorial I would have given, but because it's about reasoning. Let's say you're building a chatbot for a website of your company, and you want the person that visits your website to be able to interact with the website well enough. So that was like Dialogflow, where you give examples of questions that someone may ask, and then the background, the AI is able to learn any other, let's say, synonyms or similar questions that someone can ask that would require the same answer. So the way you run your chatbot is that you give it some example questions that someone might ask on your website, and then what the response would be. Then for it to be able to learn, when someone inputs a given question, it's able to use its learnings to be able to give them the correct answer. So in that case, you wouldn't need as many examples as you would need for an imaging application. But when you go to Google Scholar and just type in training models with few examples, you should be able to see research that has been done in that space, and you can try out some of them and see if they work for you or not.
Thank you very much for the incredible work you are doing. I think from the morning session, one thing has been clear that we do not have a policy framework guiding this, especially for us as a country. But there's been a call to venture into this space, try and innovate and come up with new ideas. Specifically with regards to healthcare sector, you realize compared to other sectors, you're dealing with a very sensitive area in terms of data and in terms of patient management. If there are what I would call undesirable outcomes, they might end up being the difference between life and death. And so as we venture into this, as the call has been, I was wondering, is there a strategy or policy in place that you can point to that might protect the innovators or people who are venturing into this, knowing that, based on the sensitivity of the sector we are dealing with compared to other sectors? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we had the team from NITA, Uganda, and then UCC. So at the moment, we're trying to use what has been made available from those different institutions, like the Data Protection Office provides guidelines on what to do with the data set that you collect, the retention policy, and all that. So we try to follow those. Then we also go through the IRB approvals So I think someone will talk about ethics later today. Making sure that whatever pilot we put out has been approved by that IRB. And usually these are medical IRBs that read through the protocol that you're going to undertake and they approve or reject. So whatever ends up being deployed in a hospital, at least in Uganda, know that has been read by the experts in that particular domain and has passed. As for the frameworks, like I mentioned, we're working with the Ministry of Health to be able to come up with these guidelines for other innovators to follow. But for now, I think if you're innovating around this space, make sure that you have ethical approval from the relevant IRBs that the government has listed on the NCST website. You put in your protocol and then they approve or reject.
Thank you very much. I have heard about, my name is Wilson Biekwaso. I have heard about work that's being done at the AI lab for quite a period now. But I was wondering if there are any B2C projects that you're handling, because, for example, the cassava mosaic, that's something I've had since 2012. But I don't know, maybe I could be looking in the wrong places. I don't know if a normal user or a normal farmer can just go to a website or to an app that is available at a cost or free to be able to access these services. So are there any specific tools from the Makere AI lab that are available on a business to consumer basis, as opposed to going through maybe say a donor agency and, so that's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Biekwas. So the business to consumer. So I'll talk about Sandbird because that's more private. And so all the models that we have, the language translators that we have developed are available for businesses to use in their tech stack. Like if you're developing an application and you want to have models that do translations within your application, there's a tutorial on the website that takes you through how to integrate the models within your application. So worked with Centenary Bank, DFCU, UBOS. If you've gone to the UBOS website for the last census, you can see that you're able to get the report in a local language. So those are business to consumer, because businesses approach us and then we guide them on how to integrate the models within their workflow and they're able to implement. Then if I go back to the university, some of the work we do is research based. So like when we're working with NARO for the cassava project that you've talked about, the work was to improve the efficiency of cassava breeders, that instead of taking too much time in looking at the cassava tuber to see the necrosis in there, are they able to use the digital tool to be able to effectively move trials between different, move varieties between different trials. So that is working for them within their workflow. So it's work that is happening, but you don't see it as an end user, but the person that knows the use of the tool, they're using it within their workflows. Yeah, then for tools that would target consumers, usually it's a question of being able to scale. So if it was a grant that you are running maybe for 5 years and there's no funding maybe to take it to the consumers, then we run to government to see if it can come in to make sure that the final consumers can get the product.
All right, thank you very, very much, Solomon. I'd like to invite Nicholas Mwesije, Head of Legal for Jengo, to come and give a small token of gratitude to you. The first time I heard about AI in health was a number of years ago when I was reading up on IBM Watson. Solomon, please come back. There is also a photo opportunity here. So I was telling you about IBM Watson, and what was fascinating at the time, say, early 2010s, was, it seemed very revolutionary. They were in oncology and genomics, and, it was the big thing for IBM at the time. The challenge, of course, they had was they started having a high number of false, um, results. Eventually, as a result, I believe they sold it off. I stand to be corrected, but it's nice to know that now we have this here and we can get to have the models trained for here, and hopefully for AI Labs, Mac AI Labs, and for the team, you'll be able to grow this in a way that, truly does revolutionize healthcare in Uganda. Are we okay? Are we okay? Is it impressive what is happening with these people? Please put your hands together again. Still on the theme of health, we are now going into a panel. Please allow me to invite the following people. Our moderator for the session, Linda Nsababera, Business Solutions Consultant and Project Manager for Makere AI Labs. You're most welcome. On this panel will be Dan Kairu, CCare Uganda. Are you here? Yes, please. Dan Kairu. All right. We have Sylvia Nabukenya, Senior Regulatory and Compliance Officer, Infectious Diseases Institute. Please put your hands together for Sylvia. Thank you. We have Imran Sekalala, Data Science Fellow, Sunbird AI. Please welcome him warmly. And together they are going to be discussing AI in healthcare, transforming Africa's medical landscape. This is going to be a panel discussion, and I'm very certain it's going to be as good as the other has been. Over to you.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you're having a wonderful time, and I'd like to thank my colleague Solomon for that presentation. So I think at the back of some people's minds, or at least my mind, is we have, like the solutions that are being developed in the Makere AI Health Lab, and in this particular case, what we call there the Ocular Project. And the question here is like, how does that make its way, into the healthcare system to become the decision support tool it is actually capable of being? So discussing on the topic of breaking the bottleneck and accelerating the deployment of AI solutions in healthcare systems, we've seen that AI holds immense promise for healthcare and for faster diagnosis, for better health outcomes, and scaling innovations. So as you've heard today, I'm joined by my distinguished panel. And so I will turn to Dan and ask him to introduce himself, give us a little bit more about yourself, and share one real world experience where AI has made a tangible difference or highlighted a gap in healthcare delivery.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Dan Kairokelo, Head of Systems and Data Analytics, CCare Uganda. CCare Uganda is a healthcare provider with a couple of hospitals and clinics across the country. We are particularly committed to delivering healthcare, transforming lives with actually data-driven strategies. And one of the cases where AI stood for us is we've been able to automate a couple of our workflow or processes across the clinics and facilities. So this begins with when a patient walks in until the patient walks out of the hospital. So every data point we've been able to pick and actually leverage this, not just in one facility, but across any facilities. For example, we have a facility in Arua and others in Mbar, major cities in this country. What we've been able to do with this is we've been able to compare the time it takes, for example, to do one process in Arua and the other one in IHK. And then with the proper workflow, bridge that gap. I think this is where it is really stood, and we've leveraged to better solve healthcare problems in the country.
Okay, thank you very much. And so over to you, Sylvia. I think from the last session, some of the questions people, one of the questions that was posed to Solomon was really around ethics. It was implied. So maybe in terms of introducing yourself a little bit more, could you tell us one surprising insight your research has uncovered about implementing AI in health systems and why it matters?
Okay, thank you so much, Linda, for that wonderful question. So my name is Sylvia Dab Kenya once again, and I'm a bioethicist as well as I'm a member of an IRB in Makerere University. So one of the very interesting things that I have seen out of the research we conduct, especially when building AI-related models, and what I need to emphasize here is probably the low awareness about what AI is, what AI is not, what AI can do, and what AI cannot do. And this low awareness is not just affecting patients, researchers, and other educated people. It actually also affects members of the research ethics committees, how we address them in Uganda, but it's the same as the IRBs. So I think for me, what I would say for right now about this particular question is, how well do we get people to understand what AI is? How do we try to help people understand and appreciate what AI can do? So I could actually speak about the project I recently working on, where we're coming up with a kind of an ethical framework to guide REC members, IRB members, it's the same as REC, to kind of come up with strategic ways and key areas that they need to focus on when they're reviewing AI-related proposals. So we just realized that much as we do trust that people that we think should know about AI may not necessarily know what AI is. And so REC members actually also expressed concerns about misconceptions they have about AI. So that is the biggest thing that I feel we need to talk about today. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Sylvia. And Imran, finally, in terms of getting to know you a little bit more, tell us what excites you most about development in AI and what gives you the most pause.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. To introduce myself, my name is Imran Sekalala. I'm a data scientist and machine learning engineer at Sunbird AI. And we are a nonprofit organization focusing on AI technologies for social good. I would say what excites me most about AI in healthcare is, I would say, the potential for drug discovery, and at the bleeding edge, the capabilities of these large foundational models to accelerate research in genomics and bioinformatics and all these things that I'm not really a specialist in. But the prospect of that and its potential social benefit is, I think, very exciting. What gives me most pause is any rush to deploy, and it doesn't even have to be a bleeding edge technology, but yeah, rush to deploy an AI application without proper co-curation, co-creation, and inclusion of the end user, having a full, fair audit of the risks, the biases, and potential harm that could be caused. So, um, you know, moving together and all being stewards in technological advancement, I think, is something that we want to just have a clear pin and an emphasis with as we move.
So thank you very much. So over the next few minutes, we are going to look at how do we move from pilot projects to real world impact, and more importantly, how to make AI work for everyone and not just a few. And then time allowing, we'll have a couple of questions. So to kick us off, and I'll start with Imran since you were here last. Sorry, I'll start with Dan. What, in your view, is the single most critical bottleneck slowing down the deployment of AI in healthcare, and why?
Oh, thank you so much. I think this is particularly a very interesting question to me. And I've been in the space for the last, say, 10 years, and I've been working with data a lot and systems. Look, particularly in healthcare, I think we are faced with a mountain of data, but some of these data, we could say they're siloed, they're incomplete, they're unstructured, and in a lot of healthcare facilities, we still have unwritten, what we call clinical notes and disconnected systems, okay? Down at Ministry of Health, for example, a healthcare, let's say healthcare center 4, they're using books. You know, previously, if you're a maternity mother, they're looking at getting an exercise book for you, and you know, you have your visit notes in them. Now, AI only thrives at very structured kind of data. And with this kind of systems, with handwritten notes, disconnected systems, I think the data readiness and quality is not there yet. And this is, for me, one of the biggest bottlenecks for deploying AI. And even the most ready models we talked about will never work in these kind of situations. If the foundation of data, the standardization we're talking about, the system integrations are not addressed, I think AI, even the most advanced AI tool or model, is simply a bland instrument. So for me, it's not just a question of or a tech problem, but I think it's a leadership kind of a problem that we need to look at more holistically to address this. We need to involve the top level tier, exco, and you know, people to address this problem fast before we can really deploy these solutions. So for me, I think it's around data readiness and the quality of that data to be able to
Yeah.
really harness.
Okay, yeah. I mean, and Sylvia, can you speak to that? You know, from an ethics point of view, you know, there is the issue of data readiness, but then now the ethics of collecting that data.
Yes, thank you for that question. So the readiness about collecting data and from an ethical point of view, the key issues that have been raising, issues around the informed consent process. So data usually is collected from participants, that's in the research setting, but then also from patients in a clinical setting. And most of the times, patients do not know that that data is going to be used in other kind of by third parties that they may not be known about. And one of the key ethical issues that comes in there is the issue of informed consent. How do we still value participants' autonomy in terms of who uses that data, who accesses that data, who shares that data, and who owns that data at the end of it all? So the key thing here is the different modalities of consent that patients may actually utilize. And in Uganda, the national guidelines emphasize the use of broad consent, which basically the researcher, a clinician, solicits for consent from permission from the patient to utilize that data for particular diseases. For example, if it's an HIV research, participants will actually provide that data that will be used for future diagnostic tests, treatment options, and all that. But now when it gets to the point of the future research, the future end users that the patient does not know about, who actually consents for them? So currently the IRBs provide a wave of consent to utilize that data because it's something that is of social value to the community. But still, the ethicists will ask questions about what happened to the autonomy of the patient. How do they actually find out that, how do they make sure that they still have a say about who uses that data? And so there's different modalities that are being proposed, things around tiered consent, where the patient at the point when they're providing this data to the clinician, they have an opportunity to select which other areas would they be comfortable other third parties to use that data. So basically, the ethical concerns about that involve also the privacy and the confidentiality aspect, especially now that we emphasize the anonymization of data. But then also, we need to know what will patients feel like when that data is being used by third parties that are unknown to them.
All right, thank you very much. So, Imran, as someone who has been within this ecosystem, collecting data ethically to use in the research projects, just help us kind of like tie this all up, in terms of the bottlenecks that other bottlenecks that we're actually facing, that are slowing down deployment of AI.
Yeah, before I go in, I'll just say that Sunbird AI is not primarily like a health-centered tech organization, but we have partnerships and projects that very much involved in the health space. One of which is the Hash Network, which is a consortium of different stakeholders that come together to essentially do projects and innovate solutions around maternal and sexual health. We are part of the DICE network, which is an open source data repository for, I think, efforts towards child health and environmental health. And the third one that, if I remember, is SEMA, which is a citizen feedback centered organization that does work primarily with health workers and health centers, as well as in police offices. And, we've seen that, AI models and AI tools are very advanced and capable. And you can be able to diagnose a patient for a condition to a high degree of accuracy, but even deploying it in say a rural part of Uganda, you still aren't able to screen or properly treat the patient. And there does need to be some alignment with how to actually address the healthcare needs of this context. And from our perspective, I think it starts with technological sovereignty, making sure that the end user, whether it's the health workers or the patients, feel as though they are that they own the tools and the data. And it helps in the co-creation of better tools, iterative development, and stewardship. And once you, I think, directly involve and include the end user, you're nurturing, I think, a healthy ecosystem from the grassroots, from the bottom up. Yes, there's systemic issues and a whole, slew of organizational challenges that I had at a broad scale. But I think where you can start, where you can foster a healthy ecosystem, I think it starts with sovereignty and
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'm going to come back to Dan. You know, in terms of your earlier example, you did share some of the workflow processes where you've been able to deploy some of these solutions. So my question to you, Dan, then is many healthcare systems are burdened with legacy processes. And I think one of the areas, in terms of how Ocular, as an example, can be deployed is in the clinical workflows as well. So what role can business intelligence play in mapping and integrating AI into existing workflows?
All right, I think that's a very interesting question as well. At CCare, what we've been able to do with AI or business systems intelligence, helping us map AI into the workflow is, take for instance, I'll give you maybe two scenarios and we can learn something from them. I'm sure most of us have visited a healthcare facility. Most of us in this area here have visited a healthcare facility. So take, for instance, an OPD journey. In a typical healthcare setup, what you do is whichever platform you've used, of course, there are a couple of platforms you can use now. You can either book online or you can simply walk into the facility. So we will use the most 80% of patients walk into the facility. So we'll take that as our example. You walk into the facility, they ask you a couple of questions. Have you been here before? And this is typical of CK Uganda. Have you been here before? Because we have branches, 22 clinics across the country. So you don't need to register yourself again if you've been at any of our facility. The system will know you with all your details, and we simply need to channel you to the doctor you've come to see. And with that, the whole journey, you're walking through the system. They channel you right in the system from the time you get into the facility until you leave. That means the billing, the financials, but also the clinical part is handled by the system. What does this mean? At every step, we're taking note of the data points, okay? And this is a OPD setup, but we could look at a discharge process as well. This is for an
It takes
IPD.
forever in every hospital. A
Yeah,
discharge process takes forever.
This actually, I was shocked recently. Even admission sometimes takes forever, and it's a very painful process. If you've gone to any facility and you are admitted, it's a very painful process. So what we've been able to do at CKI is automate most of these process flows or workflows. Discharge, for example, how does discharge happen? A doctor walks into a ward round, maybe 20 patients in that ward, and then begins to do the ward round. Of course, maybe one instance they'll say, okay, you're ready for discharge. And from that time, they click a button. These are different data points that are captured. So they click a button, it moves to the next stage. They need to do a discharge summary for you. When a discharge summary is done for you, that discharge summary is sent to pharmacy to prepare discharge medication for the patient. Then billing, it's sent to billing. So when it's sent to billing, depending if you're an insurance patient or cash patient, payment needs to be made. If it's insurance, then authorization has to happen. You know the typical process. But if it's a cash needs to be paid, then the drugs pharmacy notifies, billing notifies pharmacy that, this patient is ready. What I'm talking about here is walking you through the automation we've done on discharge, but we've done this on many other steps or many other stages. So typical of this, we can then tell that, look, each patient journey has taken us 5 hours for the patient from the time the doctor said you're discharged until you walk out of the hospital. And we said, look, on average, we actually take 5 hours. then we said, okay, where's the pain point?
Yeah. 'cause-
So then leaders, we can then tell the exact pain point because we know that, okay, maybe the problem is discharge. I mean, is writing the discharge summary.
Okay.
It has taken the doctor a long time to walk through 20 patients and then sit down and write discharge summary. So if we know that insurance takes 30 minutes to respond back, billing takes 20 minutes, doctor confirming takes 5 minutes, pharmacy takes 45 minutes, but discharge summary takes 2 hours, then we know exactly where the problem is coming from. So this particularly has helped us in CCare to actually point out exactly where the pain is, but also think about possible tools to help the doctor more productive and not take 2 hours to do that. So in those cases, we've done things like, can the doctor while walking along have a tab? So if you went to now, if you went to IHK, you'll find a doctor doing a discharge with an iPad and walking through, and the notes actually being written. And these are some of the tools we've integrated into our workflow to really help healthcare and a better patient experience for you. It's been a very big pain actually for our patients, and we've looked into this, we've integrated it, and I think the next time you walk into one of our hospitals, it'll be less painful.
Yeah, because I was
hopefully.
going to ask
Yeah.
you, like, before you integrated these tools, like, how long would it take? Because from my last hospital, there's a joke that we have in my family that it doesn't matter which hospital you go to in Uganda, whether it's Mulago or, okay, I haven't been to CCare or IHK yet, it takes a whole day to discharge.
Yeah,
So my
sure.
question was going to be, are you able to tell us before you put these tools, how long it would take, and now how long does it take? And then my follow-up question would be, what was it that, or how were you able to get your leadership in the hospital to actually see this as not just as an upgrade, but as a transformational solution?
Yeah, I think in any organization, the thing is, once you begin to track something,
Yeah.
I mean, everything goes down. Everybody becomes very much aware, and they want to take very keen note of that particular. And I can tell you, anyone who has been in CCare before, especially IPD, anyone? Maybe we could get from the congregation. Anyone? Yeah, but okay, yeah, but I tell you, it's been a very big pain. Some instance, maybe over 7 hours, about 7 hours before.
Yeah.
But currently, from the last data I was looking at, uh, it's now about 4 hours. We're
Okay.
talking about 240 minutes, the entire discharge process. But it's key to mention, I think we've also been able to do dashboards using Power BI, for example. And these are some of the workflow tools we've actually leveraged. Now we are actually able to, I could pull out my phone and actually look at how much time it's taken for discharge today
Okay.
as I sit here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is not just a tool, but I think it's real time, and it has really impacted. We can even know why did it really shoot up, which patient, so that you can go and talk to that patient and say, look, we really apologize for the experience.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because of this and that, and it can be addressed immediately. We are not waiting for a whole month to actually have this addressed. We want to address this immediately. And in this, I think you've just the follow-up question, how do we uh, make the leaders understand that this is not just a tool, but the buy-in? I think that was a question, right? If you can
Yes,
just
yeah, that was it. Yeah. How do you get their buy-in?
So how we get the buy-in?
Because can I just say, for selfish reasons,
Yeah.
we might want you to buy into Ocular for scalability, but
Yeah.
I digress.
I think the way we brought this is very simple. Okay, we're not just talking about look, we want to introduce AI or ChatGPT. We don't make mention maybe the name of the tool, But for the leaders, we make mention the pain, the pain the patient has to go through, but also the simplicity the doctor, or how productive the doctor will be. So, for example, it's been taking the doctor 124 minutes to do discharge summary.
Okay.
But with the help of AI integrated into the process, this guy is doing now 3 times faster. That means he's able to handle 3 discharge summary, but he would have done 1 if he was, doing it without the help of AI. So we're talking about making it less tedious for the staff, but for the patient experience, they're also going home much faster, which I think in return will bring better experience, better feedback. And we can actually on a daily, I think anyone who's been in CCare, we are also able to collect what we call feedback. And this feedback is raw feedback. Uh, As you give us is what you will really present to the leaders and tell them, look, everyone is complaining about discharge process. This has to be automated. And this is how we've been able to buy in the leadership to actually get to upgrade and see this tool as a productivity tool.
I think for me, from a professional perspective, it's very encouraging, and I think it's the substance of what I actually do as a business solutions. In my business solutions work, it's really being able to identify pain points and then designing the solutions that address those pain points. But now, let's go over to Sylvia. Again, we can't really escape this whole thing about, ethics, because when it's healthcare, it is really deeply personal. And as somebody said earlier, it's a matter of life and death decision. And I think, without me going into my own, sort of like points of view, maybe you could explain to us what ethical considerations actually means and what ethical frameworks should govern how we collect and use not just the data, but also the deployment of these tools.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that question. So basically what ethical considerations means, it's in simple terms, these are like key aspects that clinicians and researchers could actually think about when designing the tools in order to protect the end users. The end users, we have the patients and the research participants. But now the key considerations will be looking at how do we respect the rights, the safety, the welfare, and the dignity of the patients. Specifically, when designing the tools of AI, do we put into issues around patients' values, what actually informs the decisions about the healthcare they want to receive or not? And there are various key ethical principles or frameworks that govern the way research is conducted in healthcare as well as patient care. And some of them, there are some principles called the FAIR principles, which basically is about how data is findable, accessible, interoperable, and then also reusable. And these particular principles are basically saying, how do we make sure that the data that is being collected is managed well, appropriately, and then can be shared appropriately with other end users? So currently in research institutions, there's something called the data sharing agreements, which are actually agreements between the providing institution as well as the recipient organizations, and the particular key standards that are supposed to be abide by on both parties, especially the one receiving, the recipient organization. What are the key standards that they need to put into consideration while they're using the patient data? And these data sharing agreements are actually also approved by the IRBs and the regulatory bodies, that's UNCST and NDA, to ensure that there is protection, maximum protection to the patients and the other key stakeholders, like the communities where they come from. And when it gets to genomic data, genes are shared across generations, and these are going to be the risks that could be involved in sharing such kind of data that is not ethical, that does not follow ethical standards. The risks that are going to be posing to the patient will be far-reaching, that will go to as far as the families and the communities they come from. So basically here is the key considerations and the ethical frameworks are very pivotal in ensuring that the patients are safe, but then also, the families and the research communities are also going to be safe. And maybe also the other ethical principles that could be very important to note is the principles from the Organization for Economic Cooperation for Development. And basically, these ones are trying to talk about responsible data use and data minimization. So as we are developing the AI tools, are we using the data are we getting adequate and relevant data and using it for the rightful purposes? It's basically minimizing the data to the specific purpose that you need to use it for, and not just having data within your circles and you don't really have particular reason and purpose for why you have that kind of data. So basically, these key ethical considerations are there to protect the end users, but then also the owners of the data to prevent any, the risk that it could pose when people come up with the tools and are designing them that could probably produce some harmful effects that were not foreseeable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, I just want to circle back to something that Dan mentioned earlier, especially in a setting like ours, Law Resource, where people have like their exercise books, which really contains a lot of the health data, that they walk around with. And so that creates, in terms of limitation, in terms of the data that's available or bias. So how can we ensure, if we don't have access to this, how do we now ensure that AI doesn't reinforce? Because if we don't have that data available, then how are we taking care of everybody else? So how do we go about not reinforcing inequity due to lack or low availability of data?
That's a very interesting question. And probably what I could say there is when we moved into, so first of all, the paper, the paper you're talking about is I would say the traditional of how we do things. And now when we are moving into living that kind of setting into the advanced setting where we're using the electronic records and all that. For me, what I would say there is how do we ensure that there is no we minimize inequity there? What I would say is when we get into especially the health facilities, which are still using most of them in the villages are still using the papers, how well do we build AI models that actually encompass and also feed into the challenges and the needs of people out there who still use the paper? So what I would say here is how well do we engage various key stakeholders to understand the local needs? We all live in Uganda, and we all know that different parts of Uganda kind of have different needs. You may find that in Kampala we have CCare, which is already automated, but you find that the patients out there, outside Kampala, who may not have this kind of automation and doesn't make life easy for them when they get there. So how well do we make sure that also the tools we are coming with in developing in Kampala can actually also be used in other settings so that we bridge the gap of inequality? And this is why I talk about engaging the local leaders, the local people in the various health sectors to conduct that kind of meaningful community engagement and see how well can AI tools also support their needs. As one of them, we've talked about the data, having to keep this data and information in the paper, in the book, which whereby when it trains, it's possible to be destroyed or that.
Yes.
So how well do we see, how do we actually address that need in the villages while also putting in the feedback from the local people themselves?
Okay, and so for purposes of a question also that was asked earlier to Solomon, in terms of the care for life, like who takes the blame when something actually goes wrong, as well. How are you able, in terms of where AI, has developed right now and the context, like where are we at now and how far are we off, because I don't think we're going to wake up tomorrow and relegate or delegate the responsibility to the AI model. So maybe you can speak a bit about that. Yeah.
That's an amazing question. So one thing about ethical AI, we talk about accountability and responsibility. We cannot hold AI tools ethically or legally responsible for the errors and mistakes that could happen. So who do we hold accountable for anything that could arise? So actually, at most of the IRBs, we actually try to talk about researchers trying to help us understand who is the owner of the tools that are being developed and what measures do they have in place to ensure that the risks that could actually arise from the development and as well as the deployment of the tools are kind of mitigated. So usually we emphasize that researchers come up with a plan, a risk mitigation plan, whereby we first understand who will be the owner of the tool that is being developed, and then what are their roles in relation to accountability. But also one other key measure that I would emphasize here is having the audit trails at different stages of the development. Is there someone to do some auditing as well as rolling out and testing it to ensure that any loopholes, which could also include some of the biases that could get from the data that is being used to design the tools. But like when we do the audit trails, what particular key things need to be added, what needs to be removed, what needs to be revised, or even modified. So basically here is how do we ensure that there is a group of people, there is someone we can hold accountable in case of anything going wrong by, after using the tools, following the use of the tools that are being developed.
Okay, thank you very much, Sylvia. So before we go into our question and answer session, I just want to turn to Imran, who is in he's in the group of people who are building these systems. And so he has been at the front line of translating, code into meaningful tools and other forms of solutions, not just for health, but, wider social good. So my question is, why do so many AI pilots stall before reaching wide option?
Why do we fail most of the time? I think it's an issue of value alignment between the key stakeholders and the entity that's trying to make the application, the AI solution. And I think there's a tendency often to demonstrate the capabilities that can be harnessed from using AI, as opposed to how it directly solves a specific issue or challenge. And yeah, I think in my view, it's getting caught up in the hype, but then also like understanding the different pressures that come with it, because either you want to secure funding for your initiative, it needs to have such and such, and this is whoever might fund you. This is the thing that is interesting to them or that they care about. Yeah, so there just needs to be a value alignment, demonstrating clear outcomes. How will this increase the efficiency of the operation? How will it serve the end user? And yeah, offering a solution rather than demonstration. Yeah.
So I really like what you said.
I think
Okay, go on.
I just wanted to compliment on that. I think for our setting, and thank you, Solomon, for the demonstration. I think I really liked it. But just to compliment on the question, we recently had DeepSeek, okay, and ChatGPT. I just want to give that as a very quick example. China came up with DeepSeek,
Yeah.
and they're saying it was a tenth the cost for OpenAI, okay, what you use as ChatGPT. So in other words, if you learn from these tech giants, what it takes for an AI model, large, and if we had a bigger session, maybe we would have just walked through this whole AI thing and say, look, what is AI and how does it work? How do you really get to it? But I'll just want to answer this straight and not bore you with the other stuff. So I think the biggest stuff for me, and if you went and researched, is literally the cost of training these AI models to work right. Okay. For example, someone said since 2012 we've been trying to get around the cassava, Yeah, so it takes very large amounts of data to actually train. We took pictures of the bottle, but 250 is not enough. We need bottles in different positions, different contexts, to be able to get the right prediction. And for large language models to actually work, we need a lot of data. And I think why it's failing, especially for Uganda or for Africa, is that cost and the time we need to train the data. It is a lot, and there's a lot of cost involved. There's just a lot, and cost is the biggest thing for me.
And I think we can segue to my next question for Imran. Is like data. We've talked about it several times over and over again. Is a limiting factor. So how do you handle incomplete or inconsistent data sets in all this? I mean, we have to move along. We know data is a problem. So kind of like, how do we solution that moving forward?
There are a couple of different ways, I think, at least within like research, in the research space of deploying AI into low resource areas. How do you handle for gaps in data? How do you solve for the low resolution, whether it's spatial or temporal? The fact that data could be infrequently updated, and you essentially just are lacking in quality information to either make any meaningful insight or an AI application. I would say, coming back to a previous point, data stewardship at a systemic level would be ideal to have an initiative of different stakeholders with informed best practices on how to go about collecting, structuring, and cleaning data. And yeah, this initiative being, it needs to be made real, because gathering data is tedious, and cleaning data is probably even more, it's more tedious. But yeah, understanding and underscoring the importance of that, being given any kind of incentive scheme from top level. At an organizational level, I think having an initiative towards data stewardship help in the efforts towards making more quality, consistent data.
So I think, probably what I would plus on that is because I was thinking about some people I work with in a particular sector. And if you're out there and you're listening, as an organization, I think you heard earlier in the morning when people said data is the new oil. And I think what people don't realize is the amount of assets or the amount of value that they're sitting on, in terms of the data that they have. And I think the stewardship and the leadership in particular sectors, in terms of coming together and understanding that and being able to kind of like put it into a system and a channel and a process that can then address a pain point. I mean, CK is doing it for itself, but how many, organizations similar in your context are going through a very similar problem, but you've taken the button and done that on your own. So thank you very much. I'll pause here, to take any questions from the audience before we wrap up.
Thank you. Not necessarily a question, but maybe a thought for that last discussion on that the difference or why the pilots are not coming to be. I think we underplay the role of change management, and in particular with AI development. We're coming mainly from a place where we had organizations had ready solutions, so it was a matter of deploying, the thing works, and the managers see results, whether it is in regards to return on investment, etc. But I don't know if in this process, we have prepared people, or we are ready to continually explain what development means. Why, how long development can be, how even when you have an idea and you know how a system is going, you believe you know how a system is going to work, the number of iterations you'll have to do to achieve it. And that's the role of change management. You asked him how he was able to convince the leaders at CKR to embrace everything he's doing. I'm sure he had to go back over and over again just to explain how the money they are putting into that will come back from such a thing as user satisfaction. So that continuous explaining to the person who is investing and what they're expecting, or how quickly they're expecting to get their investment back or their money back. And the techies who are like, children with a new toy, excited to run with what they're working on, but not many times not keeping an eye on the return on investment and how long this process is taking. The middle person, you, business development, who is supposed to probably match these two expectations and keep explaining to everybody the process. So I just wanted to bring in that aspect of the change management that is required, the patience that is required by probably the money people, the investors, to see the process, the development process through for these ideas to come to life.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I don't know if Dan has something specific to say it, but since you called me out, from a professional perspective, I do understand the news for business case development, and I think part of my challenge that Makare AI Health Lab has put on my docket is to try and marry those two, in terms of, yes, they have the solution, but what's the business case that is going to make CCARE or even the government of Uganda or a development partner jump onto this solution as well. So thank you. Any other question, or has the panel been very clear? Okay, so just to wrap it up, and I will start with Imran and then Sylvia, and then we'll close with Dan. If you had the power to remove just one bottleneck to speed up the deployment of AI in healthcare, what would it be and why?
I think this was the hardest one to try and formulate a response to. But I think, yeah, at Sunbird, we're all about inclusivity in technology involving the end user and trying to create a medium by which they're able to interact with technology for their personal and communal benefit. And I think one bottleneck that we've seen is the language barrier, and spanning health, but then other sectors, the language barrier being something that hinders many Ugandans from accessing the same internet that we might be able to view, seeing resources for health, for education, for any other civic engagement. And I think that is the bottleneck that we are trying to tackle in our efforts. We want to put all Ugandan languages, or have resources for all Ugandan languages, um, open source and available, and hopefully we see that being applied um, in the health space, and uh, providing the benefit of, as you talked about previously, informed consent. So, someone is able to understand their diagnoses, understand the treatment and why it's being done so, and subscribe to it, be advised properly on public health campaigns, or vaccinations, have more streamlined interactions with their doctor, um, and also just be in a feedback loop, a feedback mechanism between themselves and the health institution, for improved service delivery, um, and yeah. Uh, so to respond, it would be relieving of the language barrier.
I'm sure Sandbad will figure that out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sylvia?
So yes, so one bottleneck that I feel is very key that needs to be acted on is the issue about mistrust. Why I would say this is because today we are speaking to people who are already converted and they know what AI is and what AI can do. We already seen Solomon presented the good things that AI is doing in the healthcare, as well as other places, and not just Makere AI Health Lab. But one thing that we need to appreciate that it takes time for people to understand and appreciate, no, to move away from the old style to the new style. So AI comes as a new style, and it's kind of shaking quite a number of things that we didn't know could happen. You find someone can actually ask ChatGPT what they need to know about how they're feeling, and they want to know what are the solutions of the health challenges they're experiencing. They're getting a lot of information out there using the AI tools that are being developed. But it's also something different from someone sitting to meet a clinician and discussing in detail what exactly, how they feel and how do they get clear diagnosis. So one thing that I would like to kind of talk about the components of mistrust. Um, how well can we explain what AI is? That's the whole explainability bit, and then also the transparency. How well do we ensure that people out there understand what AI is, how it's helping them solve their health-related issues, and then how they can actually utilize it for their own good? Yes.
Thank you very much. And it's very interesting how you talked about the mistrust. And I think if I could share a very brief story, from the work we've done with Ocular, the nervousness going out into the communities, to present the tool, but then to see the response on the other side where people are like, oh, this can't come soon enough because it's really very helpful. My eyes get tired, when I see this. I think one funny uh, story that I had was an educator who said that because a part of the project is teaching aid, right? That helps to train the lab technicians, in disease diagnosis. And this gentleman cracked a joke and says, if when you're training somebody and they're looking through the microscope and they see an eyelash, right? And you ask them, have you seen the object of interest? And they're seeing their eyelash. That's what they're going to see for the rest of their life. So every time a blood slide comes to them, they're looking for what looks like an eyelash, and they're not seeing it. But being able to go out to the communities and do this thing over and over again. People also like to cite mobile money as an example of something that has revolutionized mobile money. But I can tell you, I was one of the last people. I resisted mobile money for the longest time, but I was one of the last people to actually join it and see what it's actually doing. So I think there is also an element of where there's a mistrust of homegrown solutions. Everybody has very quickly embraced ChatGPT and DeepSeek. But if I came with something that was Ugandan, everybody would be second guessing me. So I think putting people like Solomon, like Imran, like Dan and Sylvia in front of you hopefully gives you the confidence as the general public to trust the people behind the development of the solutions, because they do actually know what they are doing. They care about the results, but most importantly, they understand the problems a lot more than maybe somebody in Silicon Valley. Dan, to conclude for us, what is the one bottleneck you would remove and why?
All right. Thank you. I think this is, for me, it comes down to three things. Like we said earlier on, even the most advanced AI models cannot work in silos. They work with structured data. They work in a very proper or in with a very proper infrastructure, right? It will not work with with nodes like mine, for example. And a case in yeah, a case in point is our traditional health centers. Okay, so for me, it comes down to the three things, and one of which is processes or workflows. Okay, so being able to map our workflows, mimic our typical workflows, and then automate those workflows. I think for me is one, two, people, and then three, systems. And let me just elaborate on people. We could talk about trust all day, I think. For example, patients, you want to tell them how the data will be used, for example, okay? Will it, if you told them, look, if you gave me your proper names, the next time you come here, all your treatment history will be under one ID. So if you went to Arua, you went to Gulu, you went to, you have your lab results, for example, you have your medication, and 5 years later, we can actually refer to those things. Then I think there will be trust with the patient. If we told the clinicians, like, look, you can be more productive, using the pad and doing the ward rounds, and they're 3 times faster, I think they'll embrace it. If we told the policymakers that, look, we will be able to actually have better patient experience if we automated all this. Patients will leave the hospital faster if we automate discharge process, or they'll be admitted faster, and maybe it will bring more revenue, maybe it will bring more trust, maybe it will bring return patients, and that means a lot for healthcare setting, for example. And for me, I think those three things: processes, people, and systems. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Imran. Thank you, Sylvia. And thank you all for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause for this team. Thank you all so much. We certainly can hear your heart. Am I lying? We could hear their heart from this still, right? You're so passionate, and we appreciate you and are very grateful for what you've taken us through. I'd like to request that you all rise to receive a token of gratitude from, okay, and then there's going to be a photo opportunity from Mr. Mayan Dut, representing the National Communication Authority of South Sudan. In the meantime, as we wind down the evening, I want to say hashtag Africa AI Summit. We are trending. If you haven't seen it, let me let you know now. I thank you all so much for your contributions and sending in your submissions and posting on social media. If you're going to come and take photographs here, please, if you're going to post them, make sure to hashtag Africa AI Summit 2025. I want to get some feedback from the audience, and for that, I'd like to request Zion to help me when you're done with that session. Another round of applause for this team, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Zion, I'm going to ask you to walk around the audience, and what we're going to do is key takeaways. I just want to hear buzzwords, things that you've had as repeated themes from the conversations that have happened today. And just to remind you of some of the things you've learned or some of the things you've had from government and its perspective on AI and where it's going. You've had from health or health teams regarding, their view of how AI is going to support and enable improved healthcare in this country. You had the keynote address, and you have also listened in on a conversation about, just a moment, at the inauguration of this discussion, you had about from the different stakeholders of government and the different thoughts they had regarding AI. So I'm going to pass the microphone around. Please, 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 we're going to capture all of these. Share with us what are the buzzwords that you've had. Zion, I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Jimmy Emmanuel of the work with CCare. And I really appreciate the organizers for this summit. And I really believe that and hope that the things that have been shared in this summit and promises made from the different stakeholders will come to fruition. I think from today, from the start, we've had people speaking about talent in Africa and retaining that talent. Maybe we've seen that most of African talent decides or is taken abroad, maybe because of the pay. Someone talked about the cost of training AI models. I think also cost of maybe the talent increases, and someone in Africa feels like the money abroad is more and decides to shift. And they presented to us different websites, Microsoft Africa Research website, and gave us examples of how AI is working in Kenya, and hoping that it can go around the continent of Africa. One of the I think outstanding parts that people have been looking at is how the community as a whole can benefit from AI in Africa. And I think the focus I would want to put in is on data. I think the last talk show that we've had is we've known that AI depends on data. And that means where there is no data or where there is no structured data, then we begin to lack in our capabilities as, say, Uganda or those who are interested in developing various AI applications to help communities. I think when Dan was speaking out picture, like we said, CCare is sort of maybe using systems that are automated. Then if we went to Mulago, perhaps it's a different story. And we see that perhaps a greater population could be going to these other facilities. And at the end of the month, there is a report that is coming from Ministry of Health stating how many maybe patients of a particular disease category have visited this facilities. And from when you come from an informed part, you realize that sometimes, or most times actually, not just some, but most times that the data that comes in is not really properly or 100% you would say correct, because not every data, let's say from the different villages that we have health centers, is submitted to the Ministry of Health. And we are thinking maybe from the different stakeholders around what structures or what plans are there to make sure that we have our systems digitized, so that most of this data can easily be submitted to Ministry of Health through systems. I think there was the first panelist, I think earlier, spoke on, I think they asked how the modules, which modules can help Africa to adopt AI. And of course, the model meets the electricity as one of the requirements. But I would think that as a nation, as Africa, we would also need to think of long-term plans, years, tens of years, maybe as we see how are we getting to adopt this AI. So and that of course, like electricity. Somebody talked of even simply as internet, that we are talking about how is the internet reach in our nation or in Africa as a whole. If we are talking about local communities, language barrier, if I asked an AI with my local language, how can I offer first aid to somebody who has passed out? Will it answer me, or we need to train AI in our local languages? So I think that from this summit, I believe that we are taking in quite key and important points, like train on AI, data standardization and integrity. And we are really hoping that from this, we can move to a time when we have centralized data that different developers around can use to develop their different AI models. Thank you so much once again, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to know that people are actually paying attention to this. Anyone else? Are we okay? Are we okay?
There is one
Lovely.
here, Erina.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Julius Mubaje, and I'm here with Maiduka. It's an e-commerce platform built with AI. So basically, you can create an online shop for your business the way you create an Instagram page. I'll be happy to, take you through if you really want to check that out. It's maiduka.com. Okay, thank you. So my feedback on the summit so far is awesome. I'm glad to see that different partners are together, to see NITA, UCC. These are people that are running the IT sector here. So it's interesting to see. My only concern, as more, I would say, a young person in the startup and the AI world, is that since what you said, I think the first panelist, and I think it was Mr. Let me get the name here to be accurate. Yes, it was Mr. Franklin. And he talked about how we can, instead of following, to lead the AI revolution in Africa. And that has to take an initiative. It would be awesome to see CCare come here on a summit when they have funded a startup in an incubation, either at Makerere Labs, okay? So that when you come here, you say, we funded that OpenAI, okay? We funded that one, and it's here to present what we see, because what you see with OpenAI, it's Microsoft, and that was an open source initiative, okay? What you see with Facebook, with Meta, and all these models, even DeepSeek is open source, right? So it takes initiative from you, the big players in the industry, to be intentional if that's what you want. Okay, so that's one thing I really recommend is that take the initiative, be intentional. If you want to use a locally homegrown DeepSeek or ChatGPT, invest in it. Okay, and when you're within the corporate structure, you can easily get caught up into the competition and day to day. So it's always good to go into the hubs, like the Makerere, Hive, Innovation Village. Talk to the young people, tell them, we want this solution, okay? Be open when they come to you. If I come to CK and they say, well, I'm trying to find a model, okay, that will work on this new virus and regenerating and so on. Will you be open to share that data, okay? Do you have a sample that you can share so that I can be the next open AI, okay? So I think if we be intentional in those small steps, then our industries, it won't be from like nowhere, oops, there's an open AI in Uganda. Okay, no, it has to be intentional, and we have to invest in this. I think that's my comment, and I hope to see that in the next summit. But thank you so much. It's a great initiative. It's Julius again. myduka.com. If you want to test out the AI, the shopping assistant, it will shop for you. It's like ChatGPT. You can test it out, or you can come here and then I take you through. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. And to add to his clarion call, please feel free to pass by. In fact, I urge you to pass by the people who are showcasing their different utility of AI and how they are spreading from business to health and everything in between. I see banking as well. Before you leave this room, turn to that side. I'd like to close out that session, if I may, and I want to close it out this way. Could the people in the booth please project the QR code for the program? And then I'd like to ask everybody to lift your phones and then open that program. And I want us to go through what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, when you return, these are the things you're going to experience. I don't see the phones coming up. Should I wait for the phones to come up? Please access the program. So let me tell you what you're going to go through tomorrow. Some of the things you're going to experience, we're going to have James Vieruhanga, MD of Rock Telecom, take us through AI and data security. We're going to have a panel discussion, and this is going to be a self-moderated panel, so it's bound to be interesting. Speaking on frontiers for business to integrate and harness AI-powered innovations for business growth. We're going to have a conversation from Samsung Innovation Campus. This will be done by Musa Georgi. He's coming all the way from Egypt to meet with you, and I've been told he's coming with a few goodies, to which the one who's put the appeal for partnership, this might be a place to turn. There's going to be a masterclass on revolutionizing education in Africa. And of course, harnessing AI and cloud technologies is going to be done by Refactory Academy. There will be lunch, some people's favorite part, certainly few of us. And then we'll close it out with a panel conversation on scaling quality education with AI challenges. One of the fringe benefits of this particular summit, especially for the organizers, was we wanted everyone to appreciate the fact that when technology comes, when new things come, a lot of us operate from the place of the lone wolf. We assume we are doing this thing alone. But look at this community that you have here. You have partners, friends, allies, people you can contact later on, and you don't even need an intermediary to have these conversations. What you have done by staying here, by being here today, is show that there is a thriving community of AI enthusiasts. So when we are talking about wanting to scale AI to make Africa better, we want to navigate AI for business growth and resilience in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourselves. Allow me to very quickly recognize one last time our major partners for today. without whom we would not be able to have this summit. The people who organize it principally are Jengo Tech Limited and Seed Uganda. We have UCC, NITA Uganda, Refactory Academy, Mac AI Health Lab, CCare, who again are downstairs if you need services before you leave. I can tell some people are dehydrated. We have Microsoft ADC, INM Bank, UNDP, SEPA, and Vision Group, specifically New Vision. I want to honor each and every one of you for coming. Tomorrow there will be goodies. I've been informed, but don't quote me too strongly, but I'm told there'll be goodies. But more than that, we'll be wrapping this thing up strong. I thank you so much for attending the very first, our inaugural Africa AI Summit. Enjoy your evening. If you'd like to take photographs, this is yours, but remember, hashtag Africa AI Summit 2025.